Happy Tuesday to ya. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Hey, Miss King and Sherry and Henny. Hi, guys. Hey, Gail. Good to see you guys this morning. It's a good morning. Kiddo had a good virtual lesson today. She did better today than she has in the past several days. Hey, Donnie. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, it touches my. I've already had a cup of coffee today. This is my second cup. But that first sip of a fresh cup just touches the soul. You know what I mean? It just, oof, goes all the way down to your toes, man. It's so good. Nothing like it. Nothing like it. Hi. You guys, I am beyond the like, what in the world? I got a text. Not a text. Oh no, Donnie. No. I'm rebuking that in the name of Jesus. No. No, 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 no. Nope. Not today. Mm-mm. Not even gonna say the words. Not even gonna say those words. It's not happening. It's not happening. Nope. Donnie, in the name of all that is holy, I rebuke you. Yes, I'm not even kidding. I'm serious, ma'am. When I say that, I mean it. Yes. I ain't playing. Mm-mm. Nope, 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 nope. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let me read this to you. This was a notification that flashed across my screen from Court TV 4 minutes ago. It says, former teacher Laura Caron, Caron, is accused of having, you know what, with a young student who allegedly fathered her child at 13 years old. What in this world? Hey, P. Lola. Good to see you. Driving, heading to go have blood drawn, then Wally World. Ugh, I hate Walmart. We'll lurk with y'all. How's everyone? How's Princess? Princess is good. Princess is good. Are you going into Wally World or doing a pickup at Wally World? You couldn't pay me to go into Walmart. No. If they can't bring it out to my car or bring it to my house, nah. Nope. Don't get me wrong. If I had to, I would, right? You know, I mean, in those, like if I have to pick up medicine or whatever from the pharmacy, that is. But other than that, nah. I will say I'm upset though because we got a bag of potatoes, like a 2-pound bag, 3-pound bag, whatever, of potatoes the other day. And I didn't really notice anything, but when I was getting the groceries out of the bag and putting the groceries away, I was like, oof, I got a whiff of something that didn't smell great. And I was like, ooh, something smelled bad. And I was like, maybe Poppy walked by and tooted because she's good for that. Spreading her little doggy butt dust. Well, couple days, and I didn't smell it anymore. Couple days later, whenever Dale was making fried potatoes, he was like, ew. I'm like, what, ew? And he's like, look. And he dug this potato out, and it was rotten. Like, not even like, it was squishy rotten. Like, wet rotten. Like, fall apart when you try to pick it up rotten. And he's like, oh my God. And he kept digging, and he found another rotten one and another rotten one. There was like 3 or 4 rotten potatoes in the bottom of that bag. That's what I smelled. That's what I smelled. So, yeah, gross, right? Another Mary Kay Letourneau, right? Yes. I don't get it. I mean, we see these a lot more often now with women fooling around with younger boys that they're teachers of. It's so weird. I don't know. Ew, right, Miss King? Phew. It was bad. It was very, very bad. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. All right. So, anyway, I just saw that and I was like, oh, that's gross. I don't know what it is with these women. And you used to hear things all the time with like male teachers and their female students. But like a lot have been here in the last few years of female teachers with male students. And a lot of times they're like, I don't know, the like 16, 17-year-old boys, on the verge of manhood. But 13 years old? What? They're still babies. They ain't even got hair on their chin yet. I'm just... I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Right, Donnie? Can't comprehend it. No. No. It's weird. Weird. All right. We're going to go ahead and get started. We are on day 4 of the husband poisoned murder trial. And we are behind. Let's see. We're behind about 2.5 hours, something like that. Not too bad. That means we'll be able to skip through the breaks and the lunches and all that stuff. So Henny can go wee in the chat because I love that. I love when she does that. And yeah, that's what we're going to do. P. Lolis is at 6 degrees. Got to get a small heater. I'm so cold at work. No heat. Oof. No heat at work? Well, that's no good. Mm-mm. Okay. So, I will warn you because I've been watching.
Wait till Patrick III.
I'm going to need Margaret to hurry up and make an appearance because the first several minutes of today is crazy pants because we have an old woman who technology, this is funny. Yeah, this is funny. I hope Margaret is here or hurries up and catches it. Because I think she would appreciate this, but this is funny.
Judge of the Circuit Court of Raleigh County is now sitting.
And it's an expert witness that is going to be talking a lot about the insulin.
You may be seated.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We continue in the trial of State of West Virginia versus Natalie Cochran. This is case number 23-343-K. All right. Do we have anything to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury, Mr. Truman?
Your Honor, the only issue that we have is a technical one, and when we
Oh, wow.
try to
Wednesday Addams has on a light
full-size
shirt
the
under her black
screen,
jacket.
the picture just kind of falls apart. So we were going to try and substitute a cable to see if that was a problem, but at the moment that's the only problem. So
Okay. So
We'll
we're
have to have-
dealing with a picture that's that small.
yeah, I'm afraid that
Yeah.
we could
yeah.
blow it up, but if I can figure this out.
Yeah.
And it will be on that screen, which is bigger, but unfortunately, that's not real
Jurors
convenient
won't be able to
for
see
the
that
jury.
screen, however.
How do you make this bigger, Ashley?
I don't know if you can make that one bigger until
Until we're admitted. Okay. And once it comes up, we can try again. And if worst case scenario, we'll test the jury's vision.
Okay. Their eyesight.
Yes.
Right, Henny?
All right. Well, we can just do the best we can.
That's all we can do.
And then
They
do we
do.
have your expert witness squared away, Mr. Selden?
Honestly, Your Honor, I'm not sure. When I talked to your secretary, I was under the impression that my witness would be called on the telephone so she could monitor the expert testimony. Your secretary said, for whatever reasons, that wasn't possible. There were other people on the line, whatever. She said that she would send a Teams link by email to Dr. Banerjee, and she would be admitted that way so she could monitor expert testimony. I don't know if that has been accomplished yet or not.
All right. Have you been in touch with Dr. Banerjee?
I informed her of what the process would be. She is standing by on her computer waiting for the email Teams link.
Okay. Well, let's keep our fingers crossed and hopefully we can accomplish all of these things. Doubtful, but we can hope.
Wildly optimistic, it's all going to go perfectly.
That's right. Anything further from the defense before we get started?
No, Your Honor.
Bring out the jury, please, bailiff.
Bring the jury. Wow, her defense attorney is all that purple today. Look at him looking all sharp. Plum color purple with a matchy tie. She looks a little ragged today.
Your Honor, very quickly before the jury arrives, do you want me to...
Hey, dog mom. Honey. Listen, Linda. She says, I'm lurking in the background having some soup because right now it's about 8 degrees, still trying to heal from bronchitis. So yesterday we were talking about you and hoping you were doing well. We missed you. So yeah, we miss you. Michelle was not feeling good yesterday. Donnie is not feeling well today. But we have rebuked things in the name of Jesus. So, same goes for you. You are going to feel better sooner rather than later. You drink that soup. You drink it. You eat that soup. And you continue with the rest and healing, ma'am. We can't be having sick folks in the chat. Nope, 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 nope. Margaret, hey. I was just talking about you a while ago. I said they have some technical difficulties with the witness today, this morning, in the trial. And it's pretty funny. And I feel like you would really appreciate it. It's very funny. Missed you all so much. I'm back with you, my lovely chat family. Well, I'm glad you're back. And I hope you feel somewhat better. Because, yeah. Nope, nope, nope. We don't like not feeling well.
If she is
Oof.
Yes,
Into my
once we get
eyes.
started, and we'll
Margaret,
go slowly
she's
so that
looking
we
at
can
you.
figure things out.
Thank you.
She's looking at you. Oh, my chair just dropped. Did you all see that? I've got one of those like hydraulic-y, is that what it's called? A hydraulic, like where you can pull it up and then it goes down. And it does that all the time to me. Every once in a while it's like I'll go bloop. And then sometimes it'll just slowly go. Margaret says, I'm still in bed. I'm tired.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I'm glad to see smiling faces instead of scowling faces. You guys are the greatest. Thank you so much for coming in on this rather terrible weather day. It was 3 degrees
dropped
at
again.
my house this morning, and it felt
Kiddos
like
hollering.
1. So thank you for coming in, being prompt, and doing your civic duty. I hope you had a good long weekend and rested well, and you are ready to continue with the trial. We have some what we call Teams links. We have video presentations this morning of expert witnesses. We've had already a few technological difficulties, so I just ask for your patience, and hopefully you'll be able to bear with us. All right, we are still on the state's case in chief, of course, and Mr. Truman, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Dr. Diane Krieger. There she is.
Is that you,
Okay,
Dr.
I'm
Krieger?
Bonk. Bonk.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Uh-oh.
Now, Mr. Selden, would you call your witness to make sure that she can hear?
You wish me to step out?
Either way.
Might be better. I will
Okay.
return in a moment.
It is.
If you'll bear with us for a minute, Dr. Krieger.
Certainly.
Members of the jury, we have had some difficulty blowing up the video screen. It's kind of small, but I think you can still see the witness, and we may just have to go along with what we have.
Speaker, mic.
This is so funny.
She was unable to contact the link.
Your Honor, she did hook up with Teams initially. She had audio and then it disappeared. So she can see what's going on, but she can't hear, which is the most important thing.
Okay. Yes, Dr. Krieger.
I can unmute myself. I muted myself, that section of the attorney. If you prefer me to stay unmuted, that's fine, and I can hang up from the telephone, whatever you prefer.
I think we need the telephone because we have problems with the audio.
She's calling now, Your Honor.
Okay, so, yeah.
This is hilarious. The next few minutes.
Our expert can hear. Okay. She can hear when she is unmuted.
Okay. So if you'll stay unmuted, Dr. Krieger, we'll be good as gold.
Maybe.
Fine. Is this working for you?
It's working great.
Great.
All right, if you'd please stand, Dr. Krieger, and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. All right, Mr. Truman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you state and spell your name, please?
Diane Krieger, Diane
Thank you. Doctor, are you currently employed?
I am.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a physician and endocrinologist with Endocrinology Associates in Miami, Florida, and I am an associate professor of medicine and head of endocrinology at the Florida International University College of Medicine.
Your Honor, I hate to interrupt, but our expert cannot hear her at all now.
This is
I don't
where
know
it
what's
starts.
going on.
All right.
Okay. Let me do something.
Stand by.
Can you hear me through the telephone?
Can you hear the telephone?
Can you hear me through the telephone?
We're checking.
Can you hear her now?
Okay. Because I originally was muted, then I unmuted to see if that would help you. And now I need to figure out how to mute again.
Okay, try.
Okay. Now our expert can hear her now. Whatever she
Okay.
did.
We should be good now.
The expert can hear now, but
We
now
can't hear
this
Dr. Krieger.
this woman you can't hear now.
Aren't we all glad we live in this modern world?
We can't hear you at all, Dr. Krieger.
Judge, the way we did it last week was we muted the team's microphones and broadcast through the telephone.
Yes, that's what we're trying to do now. Dr. Krieger is on her phone.
We're gonna have to close this call in.
She's making hand signals. Can you hear me, Dr. Krieger? Okay. That's a start.
Technology's great when it works, right?
Dr. Krieger, you can answer that. It is us calling you back.
Your call has been forwarded. 3059030.
One more time. Okay. And she should answer.
Yes.
Answer that if you can. Oh, she said he said no. What does that say, Mr.
Trying to
Truman?
reconnect.
She's trying to reconnect with the number that called her.
We'll call her.
Okay. We're calling you, Dr. Krieger.
Hello?
Ah, that's promising.
Yes, sorry about that.
No problem, not your fault. Now, Mr. Selden, can you check to see if
Yes, Your
your
Honor.
expert can hear?
I can hear.
Okay.
Sheesh. Finally, right? Lord have mercy. Right, Donnie? Blink once. Blink twice.
Now my call is being forwarded to voicemail.
Okay. Well, why don't we start, and hopefully your expert will let us know. She'll call if she can't hear.
Let me send her a text message real quick.
All right.
I can hear.
Oh, okay, we have another expert on the line. That's what's causing us our problems, Dr. Krieger. The defense expert wants to be able to hear your testimony.
Oh my
She
God.
just called me. She can't hear.
Why don't we just connect, that phone is a conference call phone, just call the defense expert on that and add her to that call.
Okay? If someone knows how to do that, we can
Well,
do it.
maybe. Don't put me under that kind of pressure.
They're going to try another mode.
There's an ad.
Why don't you just stay on the phone for a moment? Your Honor, I'm having her just stand by on my phone till we
Okay.
figure it out.
Stanley, come up here with your number, please.
So, Dog Mom, this trial, the lady right here in the middle of the screen, sitting next to the attorney with the purple jacket, she is on trial for allegedly poisoning her husband with insulin. Now, prior to his death, they ran a Ponzi scheme. Now, the prosecution is saying that the husband didn't know about the Ponzi scheme. She and her defense team is saying that he did and that he was part of it. But the prosecution is saying that is why, what her motive was to poison him was because he found out about it and started asking questions. Now she's been found guilty of the whole Ponzi scheme thing and is currently serving 130 some months, which equals around 10 or 11 years in federal prison for those charges. But now she's on trial for the alleged, poisoning death of her husband. So that is what this trial is about.
Hello, Dr. Banerjee. Hello, it's Dr. Banerjee.
Dr. Banerjee, just mute your phone, and we should be going forward now. You can hear okay?
Thank you.
Correct?
Yes, I can. I'm muting.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Krieger, are you still with us?
I am.
Outstanding. How many lawyers does it take to get a phone call?
I can tell you I've been doing telehealth for 5 years, and this happens in my life every day.
Well, doctors, through our Supreme Court, we have 1995 technology, so welcome to West Virginia. Doctor, before you stopped, you were mentioning endocrinology. Could you explain to us what that is, please?
Yes, endocrinology is a subspecialty of internal medicine that deals with the function of all the glands in the body, such as the pancreas, which makes insulin, and the thyroid, which makes thyroid hormone, the pituitary, that makes a lot of hormones that direct the other hormones, the ovaries and the testes. So we specialize in problems that happen in glands.
Now, Doctor, to get to this point, what kind of training did you have, please?
I have an undergraduate degree from Cornell University. From there, I went to the University of California, San Francisco, where I received a medical degree. From there, I crossed the country to Boston, where I went to the Beth Israel Hospital, a major teaching institution of Harvard Medical School. I did my internal medicine residency there, and then stayed on for a fellowship.
Doctor, could you tell us in summary fashion your work experience, please?
Yes. My first job was at the University of Miami Diabetes Research Institute, where I was an assistant clinical professor of medicine, taking care of patients, teaching medical students, and doing research. In 1991, I opened a private practice in Miami and have since then been practicing endocrinology in what started as a group with just me and now has 5 endocrinologists. And I then joined the faculty at a new medical school about 12 years ago, the Florida International University College of Medicine, where I'm now head of endocrinology and associate professor of medicine. I teach second-year medical students the pathophysiology of endocrinology, and I teach the clinical studies of third-year medical school students and first-year residents.
Now, Doctor, have you published any peer-reviewed articles?
Yes. During the time of my private practice, I was also involved in a lot of clinical research and have published a number of articles about those topics, a variety of topics. I did research in diabetes, in natural products and their safety and effectiveness, and later in my career, I did a lot of vaccine research and had a number of publications having to do with that.
Have you been a presenter for any national or international conferences?
Yes, in 2021, I came to Morgantown, West Virginia, where I presented at a symposium. I was the endocrine expert for the Clarksburg Johnson VA insulin murder cases, and the prosecutors and I and several of the other physicians created a symposium jointly with the medical school and the law school about the cases.
Doctor, the term board certified comes up when experts are involved. What does that mean?
That means that you have the physician has achieved a certain level of training and then has demonstrated competency by taking examinations. So I'm board certified in internal medicine and in endocrinology, diabetes, and metabolism.
You are licensed to practice medicine, I take it, in various jurisdictions?
Yes, I'm licensed to practice medicine in the state of Florida and in the state of Utah.
You alluded to it earlier, but what high-profile cases have you been involved in?
Yes, I've been involved in 2 serial murder cases involving insulin. The first was at the Johnson VA in Clarksburg, West Virginia, and the second was in Butler, Pennsylvania, where I was an expert for the Office of the Attorney General of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Your Honor, under Rule 702, subject to inquiry by the defense, the state would move this witness be treated as an expert.
All right, Mr. Selden, do you wish to engage in voir dire of the proposed expert witness?
No, Your Honor, we accept her as an expert.
Very well. Dr. Krieger will be accepted by the court as an expert in her field.
Doctor, at the state's request, you reviewed some medical records and you drafted a report of your opinions and findings. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You wrote one report dated April 13th, 2023, and it's 7 pages long. Is that right?
That is correct.
Since drafting that report, have you had anything brought to your attention that would cause you to make changes or amendments to your report?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, state moves State 718 into evidence.
All right, have you seen that, Mr. Selden?
I have, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
State's number 18 will be admitted into evidence.
Doctor, in preparation for your report, what records did you review?
I have a list of those records. Would you like me to read them?
I think that might be helpful, please.
I have records from the Charleston Area Medical Center, from Orthopedic and Spine Surgery Associates, the records of Dr. R. Patel, the records of the Raleigh General Hospital, West Virginia Controlled Substance Drug Log, Bureau of Criminal Investigation, Lieutenant T.C. Bledsoe, interview of Stephanie Hamilton, STD 2-mark worksheet, and an autopsy report.
And that the autopsy report was from the State Medical Examiner's Office in West Virginia, is that correct?
That is correct.
Doctor, what's the cause of death of Michael Cochran, according to your review of the records?
Well, I'm not a cause of death expert since I'm an endocrinologist. My expertise is in hypoglycemia, but it appears that his death was related to hypoglycemia, which then produced cerebral edema.
And that's what I'd ask you, if you feel competent to do so. Can you explain what cerebral edema is?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? I didn't hear you well.
Sure. Can you explain to us what cerebral edema is?
Certainly. Cerebral edema is swelling of the brain cells, and that is usually caused by either not enough blood sugar going to the brain cells or not enough oxygen going to the brain cells.
In your report, you indicate a number of, well, for lack of a better word, pieces of information or tests that could have been performed at one point or another that would have helped you be more definitive in your assessment of the case. Could you explain to me what you meant by that?
Yes. When a person presents with a very low blood sugar, which we call hypoglycemia, there are very specific tests that should be done prior to the treatment of the low blood sugar. There are a list of tests. I can tell you each one specifically if you'd like.
Please.
But unfortunately, you would like
Hey, Michelle.
Okay, we do an insulin level, a
How you
C-peptide
feeling,
level,
doll?
a pro-insulin level, a beta-hydroxybutyrate, a glutinized sulfonylurea screen.
Michelle, the only thing you missed was technical difficulties between this woman and another woman who is listening on the phone. It was a whole thing. But that's the only thing you missed so far. But how are you feeling, Michelle? Hope you're feeling okay today.
And those tests help us determine whether the low blood sugar was related to insulin or not, and where the insulin could have come from. The test needs to be done
Right,
prior
Margaret,
to
it
the
was
treatment of a
bad
low
Three
blood sugar.
Stooges movie.
In this case,
And unfortunately, in this case, the tests were not performed. I can tell you that I've
Oh,
reviewed
good,
many
Michelle.
cases,
Good.
as I told you, of my prior experience, and it is close to zero in any of those cases that the tests were performed. And it's unfortunate because it really helps
Good to hear.
make a determination about the cause of the low blood sugar.
okay, so there was a limit, as the state understands your testimony, doctor, there was a limited time during which those tests that you mentioned could have been performed that would have helped definitively determine the insulin issue.
That's right. The test should have been performed on arrival at the emergency room when the other blood tests were performed, or as soon as it became evident that the blood sugar was extremely low.
And what's the impact of treatment? Had the treatment taken place and then those tests performed, what would have been the relationship between those two factors?
Is that a
What
good
happens
thing or a
is
bad
the
thing,
treatment
Michelle?
of
Do
low
you
blood
want
sugar
snow or
is
do you
glucose
know
or sugar.
want snow?
And when sugar is administered, it changes the results of some of the blood tests that we draw and makes them unhelpful.
Okay, so those tests were not performed. So what alternative means is there to determine the outcome or the impact of insulin or lack thereof?
In my prior experience with the other cases, and again in this case, the only thing left to do is to go through all the possible causes of low blood sugar
Okay.
and determine if
Well, I
they
hope you
are
get some.
credible or possible in this case.
And how many of them would there be?
There are many. I listed, I believe, 13. I left some possible causes out because they don't apply in adults or because it was very clear from the history of this particular person that the causes would not apply, and I listed 13 causes.
Let's talk about those 13 causes, doctor. Let's go through them, please, and your process of discussing them and ruling them in or out as a potential cause.
Of course. Okay. So the first one I listed, and it's in no particular order, but I'll just go through the way I listed them 2 years ago. That many patients who have diabetes are treated with
You're a smart
medications that
cookie.
cause low blood sugar.
You're a
and
smart
that's what
cookie,
we see
Michelle.
most often. But the person we're talking about now did not have diabetes and was not taking any of those medicines.
Yeah, Donnie's not feeling good either.
End-stage liver failure, we call it hepatic failure, can cause low blood sugar because the liver is a good source of sugar for the body when someone isn't eating. And our patient here did not have any liver problems that would be considered end-stage liver problems. He had a minor abnormality of a couple of tests over many years that were not affecting him. End-stage kidney failure can cause a low blood sugar because the kidney makes blood sugar, oddly enough, and helps control blood sugar when people need it. And his kidney function was excellent. A very severe systemic infection, that means an infection that spreads from where it started into the bloodstream, can cause a low blood sugar, and we have no evidence of that. He didn't have a fever at the time that someone checked his his temperature at home, and he didn't have low blood pressure, which is associated with widely disseminated severe infection. He did receive an antibiotic prior to the test we do to check for systemic infection, but he received only one dose, and that dose would not likely have been enough to make that blood test negative, and it was negative when it was done at the next hospital. very, very, very severe malnutrition can cause, rarely, but can cause a low blood sugar. But this gentleman was not malnourished. He had a normal body weight, and in fact, he was interested in bodybuilding and was muscular, so that would not apply. Excess alcohol can cause it in a certain particular circumstance. It can cause it when someone drinks a lot of alcohol and then doesn't eat. That has to do with how alcohol works in the liver, that it suppresses one way of making sugar but not the other. So if someone drinks a lot and doesn't eat for a few days, we can see low blood sugar. And we don't have evidence of that. We don't have a history of alcohol use. His alcohol level was undetectable, and that's not an issue. An insufficiency of the adrenal gland can cause low blood sugar, rarely in adults, mainly in children, but it can. And we don't have any evidence that this person had a problem with his adrenal. It was working very well. He was on a nasal steroid, which sometimes if used in very high amounts could possibly suppress his adrenal gland, but that wouldn't be operative in him. And those steroids are not strong enough to cause adrenal insufficiency. Sometimes medications unrelated to diabetes can cause low blood sugar, but there are very, very few that are really believable. I made a list of the medicines he said he was taking. One of those on the list, I subsequently learned, was not what he was taking. He thought he was taking something called enclomiphene, which people may have heard of as a fertility drug. Sometimes it's used in males to help increase testosterone. He thought he was taking that, but he was actually taking letrozole, which is a medicine that is used in breast cancer patients to stop male hormones from converting to female hormones, and downstream that tells the body to make more testosterone. So that doesn't have an effect on blood sugar. He was maybe taking a seizure medicine. It's not clear if he was taking it, because that's not associated with blood sugar problems. He was taking pseudoephedrine. If anything, pseudoephedrine would raise the blood sugar, but it doesn't cause low blood sugar. I was taking an asthma medication and some inhaled antihistamine.
Oh, here we go.
And
Morgana
again,
is coming
those
in
do not
hot.
cause low blood sugar.
Thank you, Morgana. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
A malignancy is another cause. Malignancy, that means cancer, is another cause of low blood sugar when it's widely
Thank you for the
spread and
reminder,
very
Morgana.
end-stage. It's not very common, and we have no evidence of that in this healthy young man. There is a tumor of the pancreas. It's called an insulinoma. Oma means tumor, making insulin. And those are rare. I've seen a number of them. They tend to present over time. Someone has complaints over
That's funny.
months to years when the blood sugar is found to be low. And they're relatively easy to treat. They don't they're not what we call refractory, meaning hard to treat, where you have to give a lot of sugar to bring the sugar up. So it would be very, very unlikely that he would have it.
Michelle, to be honest, Morgana probably stepped out of the way and let the Pepsi hit the ground, because she's like, nah, nah, homie, you keep that Pepsi. I don't need it that bad.
The next item, number 11, is a very, very rare situation where there's no insulinoma, but the body acts like there is one. And we see this most often in people who have had gastric bypass surgery. And he did not. So that would be highly unlikely. Finally, or not finally, near finally, is what we call the factitious use of medications that cause low blood sugar, where someone takes them, calls for attention, calls for help. We don't know why that happens. And they're pills. Those pills rarely, some of them are very weak and don't cause low blood sugar. Some of them are stronger and can cause low blood sugar, but they don't cause a low potassium, which we'll talk about later. And our patient here had a low potassium. Finally, antibodies to insulin can cause a low blood sugar. It's been rarely reported in Caucasians. It's mainly reported in Asian countries and in patients with autoimmune problems. And our patient here did not have autoimmune problems. There was a small amount, or we don't know how much, the urine screen for benzodiazepine, which is a tranquilizer, was found in his urine. Usually when that's found, we need to have a blood test to follow up on how much and what it could be, but that wasn't done. There have been some reports of low blood sugar with that medicine. I looked at them carefully. There was a paper from Iran that said that people who came in with overdose of benzodiazepine had lower sugar than those who had other reasons for symptoms. And interestingly, in that paper, they didn't tell us what the blood sugar was. They didn't say how low the blood sugar was. Another paper by those same authors reporting something similar showed blood sugars in the 80s. And we generally define low blood sugar as less than 55. So I'm not sure if that information is quite believable, and it's not in the mainstream of the list of medicines that cause low blood sugar. Some antibiotics we know can cause low blood sugar. He did not receive any of those that we're aware of.
Doctor, you indicated you had the records from Raleigh General Hospital from his admission on February 6th of 2019. Did you see in there the blood glucose level that Raleigh General's testing detected?
Yes.
What was it?
21.
21. What's the clinical significance of a 21 blood glucose level?
I would call that a profoundly low blood sugar. Very, very low, which we rarely see. And it's at the magnitude that we were seeing in the cases that I reviewed in the other two series that I told you about, where it's extremely low. I would say that, for me, it's a big call to attention. What is this about? Why is this sugar so low?
But as you've already indicated, even though that calls your attention to it, it did not at Raleigh General Hospital, and none of the testing that you've suggested was performed.
That's correct.
What is the impact on blood glucose?
Hey, Brenda.
Skipping meals?
I'm sorry, I lost the last part of your question. Audio.
What is the impact on blood glucose of skipping meals?
A normal person will not have a low blood sugar if he or she skips a meal. The only time that would happen in a normal person is maybe someone treated with insulin for diabetes or with another medication that causes insulin to be produced for diabetes, and then they don't eat. Yes, we can see a low blood sugar, but a non-diabetic person who doesn't eat will have a normal liver response and produce enough sugar to keep the sugar in the normal range. Our bodies are designed to maintain normal blood sugar, and skipping a meal will not cause a low blood sugar in a normal person.
What's the impact of alcohol abuse on blood glucose?
As I said earlier, when someone has a big binge of alcohol and then doesn't eat, that combination is required to cause low blood sugar. If you have an alcohol binge and eat, it's not going to happen.
Now, you mentioned that you found significance in the potassium level of Mr. Cochran at Raleigh General Hospital. Can you expand on that, please?
Yes. There are very few causes of low potassium. Let's go through them. If someone has severe diarrhea, they can lose potassium. If someone has very significant vomiting, copious, tons of vomiting over and over and over for a long period of time, they can lose potassium. If someone is taking a diuretic that wastes potassium in the urine, they can have a low potassium. If someone has too much cortisol production over a long period of time by a tumor in either the adrenal or the pituitary, they could have low potassium. Or really more the adrenal, not the pituitary. But another cause of low potassium is a high dose of insulin. In fact, for years we were treating high potassium with a combination of insulin and sugar. The reason is insulin drives sugar into the cell, and at the same time, it drives potassium into the cell. So it takes it out of the bloodstream and makes the potassium low. And as I told you, I had reviewed a lot of cases of insulin, people who had received high doses of insulin in West Virginia and in Pennsylvania, and a good number of them also had low potassium for no other reason that we could determine.
Doctor, you also mentioned at Raleigh General there was a detection of benzodiazepine in Mr. Cochran's body. How did Raleigh General determine that?
They did a urine screen, which is a first step, and it's usually followed by a blood test, but that was not performed.
In this case, did the urine screen tell you the amount of the benzodiazepines in Mr. Cochran's system?
No, it doesn't tell us the amount, and it doesn't even tell us when he might have taken it.
Can you expand on that, please?
Before.
I'm sorry?
The urine screen could be positive for a number of days after someone's taken a benzodiazepine.
Okay. And, Doctor, what is the impact of taking insulin if you're a non-diabetic and a basically healthy person and they receive insulin? What's the impact of that?
A healthy person who receives insulin, certainly a significant amount, will have a low blood sugar reaction because their own pancreas makes enough insulin that they don't need it, and it will drive the sugar down.
Is there any way to tell in retrospect how much insulin it would have taken for Michael Cochran's blood glucose level to be at 21?
No, but it was likely a fair amount, enough to drive the potassium down and to lower the sugar to that very, very low level. The kind of studies that are done about how insulin works and how much is needed are done in first normal volunteers to see what the time course of action is of the insulin. And those patients are given the insulin, and they're also given sugar back so they don't get sick from low blood sugar. And in patients with diabetes, we give a variety of doses depending on their needs. So we don't really have data. No one is experimenting with giving very large doses of insulin to normal people because they don't need it. And there's not a reason for us to know about that.
The result of a blood glucose level of 21 at Raleigh General Hospital, would that be the expected result if Mr. Cochran had been given insulin that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, that's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Selden.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Krieger. I'm Stanley Selden. I'm co-counsel for Natalie Cochran.
Good morning.
Good morning. First of all, how did you learn of this case, and who hired you?
I received a call sometime in 2022, probably, from Mr. Hatfield.
Who was the prosecuting attorney at that time, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Did Mr. Hatfield hire you on behalf of the prosecutor's office and the state of West Virginia?
Yes.
Okay. And they are paying your fee, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Just a few preliminary questions. Why does the body need blood sugar?
We need blood sugar to fuel our cells to do all the work of staying alive. The brain needs blood sugar to work. The muscles need it. It's the engine of life.
And how does blood sugar work in the body?
What do you mean?
What's the source of blood sugar in the body, and how does it affect the body? How does it work in the body?
Food is the source of blood sugar, but it is also a deposit of substances in the liver and the muscles to keep the blood sugar normal when we're not eating. After all, people sleep for 8 or 10 hours. They might not eat for 12 hours, yet the blood sugar is maintained.
Excuse me, doctor. I asked you, just a moment, Dr. Krieger. I asked, how does sugar work in the body?
It fuels the metabolism.
What is hypoglycemia?
Hypoglycemia means low blood sugar, usually defined as less than 55.
And how do you come up with that figure? Because the information I have is that in a 38-year-old male like Michael Cochran, low blood sugar is defined as less than 70 milligrams per deciliter, not 55.
Well, like in many definitions, there are all sorts of sources that you might read, but the conventional level that I'm aware of from my reading and teaching is 55. 70 is what might refer to below 70. Some of the hormones might change in response to what the body might think is a falling blood sugar, but 70 is not defined as low blood sugar.
Is there any specific number or measure of blood sugar in a 38-year-old male Caucasian? What's the range of, quote, normal, unquote?
Well, that changes over time. You know, these types of things are not fixed. Usually 80 to 100. Diabetes begins at 125, and pre-diabetes begins at 100. These are fasting levels.
Okay, so,
Levels will go up after meals.
all right, so from that answer, you said 80 and up, and then you talked about diabetes. So 70 actually would be low blood sugar level in a 38-year-old male, Caucasian, correct?
No,
It's not?
correct.
Okay. It's not within the normal limits that you just said. You said 80 to an upper number of 100, 120, something like that. Right?
But 70 is not considered hypoglycemia
All right.
or low. I look at hundreds of laboratory reports a week, and I would not pay attention to 70 in a healthy person.
All right. Let me move on. It's been suggested or alleged that Michael Cochran, on February 6th of 2019, got an injection of insulin on that day. Now, they're referencing a specific type of insulin, Humalog Lispro insulin. That is what we call a fast-acting type of insulin. Isn't that correct?
Humalog or Lispro is a fast-acting insulin.
Right.
Yes.
And if an injection of Lispro Humalog insulin is injected in a person, it takes approximately 15 minutes for it to start to work. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
So if someone was injected with this specific type of insulin, they wouldn't just drop to the ground unconscious immediately. It would take some time for it to act. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Now, this particular type of insulin works over a specified period of time. And that time period, when it's active or working in the body, is approximately 3 to 4 hours. Isn't that correct?
Well, that varies.
Is that not a
That
good...
depends.
Let me clarify. It works for, at most, 4 to 5 hours in the body. Isn't that correct? Under normal circumstances.
Under normal circumstances, but at high doses, it could last considerably longer.
What do you consider a high dose? Let me clarify that. If a 10 milliliter bottle of insulin was injected into a normal person, approximately how long would it be active in the body?
Well, that's a huge amount of insulin, and we can't know how long it would be active, but we do know that massive doses and very high doses last a lot longer than conventional doses.
But you don't know how long that lasts, right?
No one knows because no one would study that. It's not done in healthy people, and wouldn't need to know that. So there's no information about that. But we do know that higher doses last longer.
Is there any definitive information that says human Lispro insulin injected into the body works any longer than 7 hours, no matter what the dosage is?
We don't have that information.
Okay.
But we don't know how many doses he got, how many injections he got.
You've answered my question. Thank you. Now, I believe you said that you recognized that a urine toxicology test was done on Michael Cochran when he was admitted on February 6, 2019 to the hospital, and that test was positive for benzodiazepines. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And this urine toxicology test or report could not tell you the identity or the blood level of benzodiazepines. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And we don't know the source of those benzodiazepines. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Are you aware
He really
that
is, Michelle. He's like,
can cause low blood sugar and high?
I mean, the other guy, the other defense attorney, he's rude too, but he's like rude straight to your face. You know what I mean? This guy, he's rude to your face too, but in a very he has had no connection in Wally World. Sorry. Oh, no worries, P-Lola. I'm glad you're back. Did you find you a heater? Condescending is the word I'm looking for. This one is, he's just, I don't like him. No. Morgana says 10 ml is a large amount of insulin. Is that what she supposedly gave him? No, I don't think so, Morgana. I think they're just basing it on I think that was the size of the vial that they were talking about. It was 10 mLs. Yeah, a different kind of rude. Yeah. He cut you off and he's snarky. And he's like, and what does it do to the body? What does it do? How much would it take? Like he says that last word, like he's like, You know what I mean? Ugh, I don't like him. I started feeling that way yesterday. Yeah.
Hypoglycemia.
Hypoglycemia.
That's been reported, but as I said earlier, the reports are vague. They don't list the blood
Margaret
sugar level.
can't stand either one of
And
them.
in one paper that reports it, the blood sugar is listed in the 80s as average. So that is not
Okay.
clearly, it has not been clearly established.
So are you saying that benzodiazepines in someone can't cause low blood sugar?
I'm saying that we don't have a lot of information supporting that, and the information we do have is quite weak, as it is with a lot of other medicines that have been linked with hypoglycemia.
All right, you guys, kiddos, math class. Margaret, go get your backpack, ma'am. Go get your backpack, Margaret, and make sure your shoes are on the right feet. Okay, I'm going to go do her math class here. She's got math class virtually in about 5 minutes. And I have to run to the potty real quick before we get started. Yeah, Margaret, go get your backpack, ma'am. Make sure your shoes are on the right feet. Please and thank you. Oh, and Margaret, keep your finger out of your nose, ma'am. Ew. Margaret's my little virtual kindergartner over here. Keep your finger out of your nose, Margaret. I'm sorry. I can't help myself. She says, what? So, okay, yeah, I am going to jump out of here. Margaret said I left. Yeah, don't eat the glue. Put the glue down. Backpack. Okay. I'll continue playing this if they get to a break. If I'm here in front of the computer, I will forward it through. If not, you guys talk amongst yourselves in the chat. But I will be returning around 1:30-ish. So, but I will keep the stream playing. Okay? Okay. Behave, Margaret. Y'all keep an eye on her. Make sure she has them shoes on the right feet.
All right, let me move on to another question. Are you aware that a drug overdose of benzodiazepines could cause what they call hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy with cerebral edema, which we'll call HIE?
No.
You're not aware that benzodiazepines can cause that condition, which includes cerebral edema?
No, I'm not.
Well, I would submit to you that HIE with cerebral edema is a condition that's essentially irreversible brain damage caused by a lack of oxygen to the brain with brain fluid on the brain, right? Isn't that the definition of HIE with edema?
I can't comment since it's not a condition I'm familiar with, and I'm not a neurologist or expert in that topic.
So you don't know, correct?
Yes.
Is hypoglycemia the only cause for cerebral edema? Because you talk about cerebral edema in your testimony previously.
No, it is not.
Okay. Isn't it true that other causes of cerebral edema include drug overdose, brain cancer, tumors, high-altitude carbon monoxide poisoning, trauma, systemic infection, encephalitis, and hepatic encephalopathy.
That sounds like a reasonable list, none
Okay.
of which we know he has.
I didn't ask you that. You don't know if he had a drug overdose or not, correct?
Yes.
Wouldn't this cerebral edema, and again, that's fluid on the brain, from these other causes appear the same on a CT scan?
Yes. The brain tumor might not appear the same, because that would be localized.
Okay, but these other causes,
Area of the tumor.
these other causes could appear on a CT scan, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And that CT scan shows brain damage. That's the reason to do a CT scan, right?
The reason to do the CT scan in his case was that he had an altered consciousness.
And altered consciousness could mean he had damage to his brain, right?
Yes.
Okay. And a CT scan doesn't tell you the cause of cerebral edema, correct?
Yes.
So to sum up these questions, Michael Cochran's cerebral edema, which was diagnosed, and might be the cause of his brain problems and ultimate brain death, isn't solely caused by hypoglycemia. Isn't that correct?
Well, you're asking me about Michael Cochran. I think the question I can answer is hypoglycemia is not the only cause of cerebral edema.
Okay, that's sufficient. You comment in your report that there were no other abnormalities to cause Michael Cochran's hypoglycemia. Did you not see Michael Cochran's extremely elevated white blood cell count, which was above 17,000?
I did see that,
Okay,
and that can be it.
that's all I asked you. And for the jury's information, white blood cells in the body fight infections and toxins and things of that sort. Isn't that correct? That's one of their functions.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and they can be raised by a number of things. Not
Okay.
only
That wasn't my question. My question was, one of their function is to fight infection. And you answered that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see the report in the emergency room that included infection for which he was given intravenous antibiotics?
He received one dose of an intravenous antibiotics because they were
Okay,
worried
now,
about
I just
aspiration
asked if you.
pneumonia.
I just asked you if you saw the report that says he was given intravenous antibiotics, and your answer is yes. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, an infection in the body can cause low blood sugar levels as well as insulin. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor. I want to review my notes very quickly.
All right.
Michael Cochran was admitted to the hospital on February 6th of 2019, and he received treatment at Raleigh General and CAMC in Charleston for approximately 5 days when he was discharged on February 11th of 2019 to hospice care. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And during that whole time, with doctors treating him, doing various tests, going through everything to try and figure out what his problems were, there was no suspicion of insulin in his body, and they didn't do any testing to definitively decide that. Isn't that correct?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay. All right, now I want to discuss Michael Cochran's glucose or blood level or blood sugar levels from the time he was admitted on February 6th of 2019 at approximately 12 noon. And I have an exhibit, which I would like marked as defendant's next numbered exhibit.
He was not admitted at 12 noon, just to be correct.
I didn't say 12 noon, I just said he was admitted. Okay?
This is defendant's exhibit number 10, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And I have previously given a copy to you.
All right.
I'd like to put it on this viewer if possible, and I'm not real adept at that, so I could use some assistance.
All right. I'll ask the bailiff to assist. We may not be able to do that, Mr. Selden, because I think we're using that device to project Dr. Krieger.
Is there any way I can project this onto the screen so the jury can see it?
We'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. We'll have to pass it from one juror to another.
Why can't we just slide this aside and use the viewer?
We can try. See what happens.
Because I'm going to be referring to specifics in this, and passing it from one jury to the other would probably take forever.
All right.
Set it here. Your Honor, there was a suggestion by my co-counsel that perhaps we could take a break, make multiple copies of this to distribute to the jury so they can refer to it.
All right. That sounds like a plan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a good time for us to take our break. You may be getting tired of donuts at this juncture. You've eaten a lot of them, and the leftovers I usually eat, so it's bad whenever you leave a whole bunch of them. If you would like to have a different type of treat, tell the bailiff, and we will accommodate. We want your experience to be meaningful, and we will treat you like veritable kings and queens. We will try to accommodate your wishes. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else, and we'll break for 10 or 15 minutes, and hopefully we'll have the technology straightened out by the time you come back. You may go with the bailiff to your jury room. All right, Dr. Krieger, just hang in there if you would. We're taking a break while we work with this confounded technology some more and try to get some things straightened out. If you need to, a comfort break or visit the restroom or Okay, you can be seated, Doctor. You're still with us?
I am.
Did you receive an email copy of a document?
I did, and I printed it out.
All right, good deal. Are there any matters that we need to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury?
Only one, Judge.
Go ahead.
Dr. Kubicek will be on for a Teams meeting at 1:30 this afternoon in terms of plotting strategy.
Okay. Do you happen to have a witness in the meantime?
We do.
Okay, good. Anything from the defense?
No,
Mr.
Your
Sullivan.
Honor.
Bring in the jury, please, bailiff. All right, members of the jury, you will see that you have a document in your seat. That is the document that has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit Number 10. We will presumably find out more about that matter shortly, and you can follow along in terms of the testimony. Please continue, Mr. Selden.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before we get to Defendant's Exhibit Number 10, I'd like the jury just to set that aside for a moment. I have a couple of questions before we get into it.
Go ahead.
Now, Dr. Krieger, it's been alleged that Michael Cochran took a variety of supplements, substances, or other undeclared medications. And because they've been undeclared, you don't have any idea what he was taking or what effect it had on his body. Wouldn't that be a fair question?
Yes.
Okay. You said that you reviewed one autopsy report. Was that right?
Yes. Prior to my writing of my 2023 report, yes.
Okay. Was that Dr. Kubicek's report? He's the medical examiner for West Virginia. Is that the report you reviewed? Yes.
Yes.
Did you note in his conclusions that he said the cause of death and the manner of death was undetermined. Did you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'd like to turn to defendant's exhibit number 10, which the jury has copies of. And you have a copy of that as well, Dr. Krieger, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at the top, it says, with a double asterisk, alleged event is approximately 12 p.m. on February 6, 2019. What that is referring to is that there's an approximation of what time Natalie Cochran, if at any time, she injected Michael Cochran with insulin. That's all that means. And we don't have an exact time. It just says approximate time, 12 p.m. Do you note that at the top?
I see that.
Okay. Because there is no actual witness to Natalie Cochran injecting Michael Cochran on February the 6th of 2019 with anything. We don't have a witness who's going to state that. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, also at the top, there is a note that says hypoglycemia is sugar, meaning blood sugar, less than 70 milligrams per deciliter in a person without diabetes. That's up for debate. You said under 55, I believe. Is that right?
That's right. The reason I said that is that when we do testing...
I don't need you to go into any detail. I'm just clarifying what your statement was. Okay? Thank you. Now, this is a chart that has the date and time of testing for blood glucose in Michael Cochran. First column is the date and the time, and unfortunately it's military time, but I'll go through that. The second column is the blood glucose level. The third column is the hours since the alleged event. Again, the alleged event is suspected injection of Michael Cochran with insulin. And the fourth column is, it says, was Lispro active in his body? Lispro is the Humalog insulin alleged to be the subject of all of this controversy. Okay? Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay. And I hope it's clear to the jury. I'll move on. The first entry is February 6th, 2019, the date when Michael Cochran was first admitted to the hospital. And it says 2020, which is 8:20 p.m. Do you note that?
Yes.
Okay. The second column says that his blood glucose level was 21. Now, you've made a lot of comments about that. That's extremely low by anybody's calculation, right?
Yes.
Okay. The third column says that the time frame of the taking of that level is 8 hours and 20 minutes after the time Michael was supposed to be injected. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay? Is it your testimony that the insulin, Humalog, Lispro, insulin, alleged in the case, could still be active in Michael's body 8 hours and 20 minutes after alleged injection?
it's possible if a very high dose was used or if additional doses were given.
I'm talking about a singular injection of Humalog insulin. Would a singular injection, no matter the quantity, the volume, still be active and causing effects in Michael Cochran's body 8 hours and 20 minutes after injection?
The quantity and volume does matter.
Is it your testimony that the Humalog insulin could still be active in Michael Cochran's body 8 hours and 20 minutes later? Irregardless of the volume, I'm talking about a single injection. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Second column. It's dated February 7th, 2019. That's the next day after Michael's in the hospital. It's 23, which is 12:23 a.m. The blood glucose level isn't available. The third column says 12 hours and 23 minutes after alleged injection of a single dose. Is it your testimony that Lispro Humalog insulin can still be active in Michael Cochran's body?
Well, there's no additional hypoglycemia except a finger stick further down in the list. So
I'm just asking you, is it your testimony? And I don't care about the blood glucose level. I'm asking, can this type of insulin still be active in Michael Cochran's body 12 hours and 23 minutes later?
It's unlikely.
Okay. So the subsequent tests, well, let me go on. February 7th, 2019, 12:28 a.m. We don't know the blood glucose level. It's now 12 hours and 28 minutes. Is it still your testimony that the insulin is unlikely to be active in Michael's body at this time?
If only one injection were given at that time, yes.
Okay. Now, the next entry is February 7th of 2019. It's 12:33 a.m. Now, Michael's blood glucose is on the rise. It's going up. It's all the way up to 63, 12 hours and 33 minutes later. Now, isn't it true that if there was a single injection and given this level, the insulin's no longer active?
Likely that it's not if it's a single injection, and
Okay.
blood sugar is not low.
That's all I asked you. Next entry, February 7th, 1:55 a.m. Blood glucose is on the rise. It's all the way up to 80, 13 hours and 55 minutes. The Lispro insulin's not active anymore, right?
Correct.
Okay. February 7th, 2:17 a.m. Now his blood glucose is all the way up to 187, 14 hours and 17 minutes later. Lispro insulin, not active, cannot cause that reaction, correct?
Well, high blood sugar would be caused by insulin anyway, but yes.
Yeah. And we don't know what time They're doing things to try and raise Michael Cochran's glucose level. They gave him an injection of dextrose D50 at the emergency room. That is an attempt to raise his blood glucose levels, correct?
Yes.
Right. And it's taking effect. It's working. His blood glucose levels are going up, right?
Yes.
Okay. February 7th, 5:13 a.m. His blood glucose now drops all the way down to 44. 17 hours and 13 minutes later. How do you account for that?
Well, that one could be an outlier because that one was done by finger stick, not by blood, by finger prick. And per my review of the records, I didn't see that anything was done in response to that. And then the next one, shortly thereafter.
I just asked you your
She's trying to answer the
explanation.
question, Mr. Selden. Let her go ahead.
Okay.
You may continue, Ms. Dr. Kroger.
Thank you. What I was saying is that the finger stick at 44, according to my review of the record, did not receive any action. So there was nothing given in response to that. And a short time later, the sugar was normal again. So I don't really know if that has much meaning.
Okay. But you can say, since it's 17 hours and 13 minutes after the alleged injection of insulin, that insulin is not working in Michael's body at this time, correct?
His own insulin is likely working, but an injection given at noon would not likely be working.
Okay, I'm just asking about the single injection given at noon on February 6th. That's all these questions are directed at, okay?
Yes.
All right. At 6:22 a.m. on February 7th, his insulin's on the rise again. It's up to 95, and that's within normal range according to your testimony. Isn't that right?
Yes, it's not insulin, glucose. But
Glucose, sorry. Okay. 18 hours, 27 minutes later, insulin not active in his body, correct?
Yes, that's after a noon injection,
Okay.
yes.
Now, I'm not going to go through the other entries. I'm sure the jury appreciates that. But Michael's blood glucose levels are back on the rise, and now they're all the way up into at least normal range, and there's no activity or effect from a single injection of Humalog Lispro insulin alleged to have been given at approximately noon on February 6th. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I think we're done with that exhibit for now.
All right, I'll ask the bailiff to collect the copies. All right.
Now, in your review of all of the records and everything you reviewed in this case, it has been alleged that Michael Cochran was using undeclared supplements or substances or other medications, and because it's not clearly in the records, you wouldn't have any idea what he was taking or its effects on his body. Wouldn't that be a fair statement?
Yes.
You state in your report in the conclusions, in summary, that Michael Cochran's, quote, hypoglycemia due to insulin administration is a strong possibility. So from that statement, you cannot say that insulin was the one and only factor that caused Michael Cochran's hypoglycemia. Isn't that correct?
It's the only credible explanation since none of the other explanations work.
I didn't ask you if it was credible. I said you cannot say it's the one and only. You're only stating it's a strong possibility, correct?
Yes.
Okay. To what degree of medical certainty is a strong possibility? What is that?
That's not quantified.
Okay. I believe that's all the questions I have at this time. Thank you.
All right, redirect Mr. Truman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, this started off some time ago by asking who is paying you to be here today, and you responded that the state. Would the fact that the state's paying you cause you to alter your testimony or your opinions in any manner?
No.
Defendant's 10. Doctor, defendant's exhibit number 10, which was a document emailed to you while we were on a break, that's based on some assumptions that there was a single dose at noon. There is nothing in Stage 10 that would eliminate the possibility of multiple injections of insulin, is there?
Objection, Your Honor. That's not the facts and evidence.
Overruled.
You can answer, Doctor, please.
Yes. It's very likely that there was another injection or another type of insulin in addition or to the Lispro.
There was some discussion about benzodiazepines and Michael Cochran. Is there anything in the records that would cause you to believe that that would be responsible for his low blood glucose level?
No, and in fact, an allergy to a benzodiazepine was noted in his record. When we have a patient who has an allergy to one benzodiazepine, we caution them not to have others. So I don't know how to reconcile all of that, what the allergy was about, and whether he would have why he would have taken that medication.
One theory presented to you by the defense was that it might have, his blood glucose level may have dropped because of a drug overdose. Is there any evidence whatsoever that Michael Cochran overdosed on any drug other than insulin?
No.
There was also the matter of the high white blood count. And you started to address that issue and you were stopped. So let me give you the opportunity to explain the treatment and the end result of the high white blood count.
Yes. While it is true that we see a high white blood cell count with infection, it's not the only cause. When blood sugar goes extremely low, other hormones rise, and those hormones, particularly cortisol, will cause white blood cells to look high. We see this a lot in patients who have excess cortisol for other reasons, and that's a possible explanation. Since there was no evidence for infection, he didn't have a fever, he didn't have a low blood pressure. I'm talking about enormous infection that would cause a low blood sugar. Fever, no low blood pressure, no evidence of infection on exam, and a negative blood culture after the single dose of antibiotic that would not have tamed a rip-roaring infection bad enough to cause a low blood sugar.
How would you expect a non-diabetic person to physically react if they were given insulin? What kind of symptoms would you expect to see?
There's a cascade of events that occur. As the sugar begins to drop, people feel sweaty, shaky, they can have pounding in their chest, palpitations we call it. We can have, people then can proceed to seizure, to coma, which is from the brain cell edema that we've talked about. So that's the cascade from hunger, shakiness, sweating, pounding in the chest, to seizure, coma.
You had indicated that 55 was the number you considered to be a low blood glucose. Can you expand on that a little bit, please?
Yes. In the testing we do when we are trying to figure out why someone has a low blood sugar, and we can't explain it yet, we use 55 as the cutoff, and we don't do the extra testing until the blood sugar is less than 55 when there are symptoms, less than 45 when there are no symptoms. So 55 is our cutoff for the testing.
Okay. When Michael Cochran went to Raleigh General and his blood glucose was measured at 21, and this may be out of your field, and if so, just say so, but had the damage already been done by that time?
Well, the brain edema had already started, yes.
That's all the questions the state has. Thank you.
Recross, Mr. Selden.
Need to approach the bench.
All right. All right. Further questions, Mr. Selden?
Thank you, Your Honor. There has been testimony throughout this trial that Natalie Cochran allegedly injected Michael Cochran sometime around noon when he collapsed. Then there were people constantly checking. There were people constantly in and out of the house, numerous witnesses, people coming over, staying with Natalie, checking on Michael. So, and then Michael goes into the hospital at approximately 8 p.m. And he's in the hospital from February 6th of 2019 through and including February 10th or 11th when he goes to the hospice and passes away. When would there be an opportunity for Natalie Cochran to inject him multiple times given those facts?
Objection, that's beyond the scope of an endocrinologist's expertise.
Sustained.
From a scientific point, based on the records which note Michael's glucose levels, etc., when would additional injections occur to have the result of altering blood glucose levels, etc.? We went all through that chart of the extensive testing and recording of his blood glucose levels from approximately 8 p.m. on February 6th through his stay at the hospital. Scientific evidence, when would an injection of insulin have occurred to have those results?
You're asking me to speculate.
I'm not asking you to speculate. I'm asking you, given the scientific medical evidence of blood glucose levels February 6th through his stay, like every 15 minutes, every half hour, when would those scientific information show another injection of insulin?
Well, we really have to explain the 21 because the other one, there's only one low, and that's a finger stick that wasn't treated and normalized without treatment. So it's really explaining the 21.
Okay, and the 21 was recorded initially or stated initially by a supposed witness, Ms. Hamilton. She's the one that said it was 21 when Michael was admitted to the hospital approximately 8 p.m. Do you recall that?
Wait a minute.
No, that was the
Wait,
one.
objection.
Just wait a minute, doctor. Go ahead, Mr.
That
Truman.
wasn't the testimony. That came from Raleigh General, 21, not Stephanie Hamilton.
All right.
This is a misleading question.
I'll withdraw it and I'll stand corrected.
Okay.
The 21 was when he was admitted to Raleigh General Hospital, approximately 8 p.m. When would Natalie Cochran have an opportunity to inject him to cause that decrease in glucose?
Again, I would have to speculate, but sometime later in that afternoon.
All right. The prosecutor asked you on redirect about the white blood cell count. And the simple explanation of that is we don't know the cause of the extreme elevation of the white blood cells. Isn't that correct?
No, there are certainly hypotheses that can be rendered, including...
Well, we don't, just a moment, we don't actually know. There weren't any definitive tests that would account for the elevated white blood cell count. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Very well.
I don't have any more questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Truman, anything further?
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
Very well. Is there any reason to hold this witness at all?
Not so far as the state's concerned.
Any reason from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You are excused.
Thank you.
Lord, that got a little hairy there at the end. Michelle, did you get your answer on the Chin verdict?
We terminated the call. Okay. We're squared away and ready for the next witness to be called, Mr. Truman.
Yes, sir.
I made myself a turkey and cheese sandwich. Cause I was hungry. Yeah, that defense attorney, he's like, the way he says correct means, you know, say yes to the question. Correct.
Raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm
She's
to
like,
tell
nah.
the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may have a seat right there.
Oh. Well, if you want the verdict to Chin, I will give a spoiler alert warning just in case. I don't think anybody needs it, but I'll count to 5 and you guys mute your mic or turn your volume off so you don't get spoiled. 5, 4, 3, a 2, a 1. Okay. The Chin dude was found guilty. His sentencing is today. It was going on earlier when I checked in, and the witness was on the stand giving a victim impact statement. So I don't know what the sentence is, but anyway, he was found guilty. Okay, you guys are good. Eating the Jennifer Aniston salad all week. What is that? What is that? What is a Jennifer Aniston salad? No, it's not a big deal at all, Michelle. I just didn't want to, you know, if there's somebody randomly in the chat that's like, you know. Some people get weirded out about being stuff being spoiled. You know, I'm the same way. If I've been watching something, but I'm also good about, you know, not going places where I think it might be spoiled for me. You know what I mean? Yeah, I need to know, what is the Jennifer Aniston salad? I'm interested. I'm going to turn my camera off, though, and eat this sandwich.
All right, Ms. Acord.
Sir, can you please state and spell your full name for the record?
My name is Earl Gleam. First name is spelled E-A-R-L. Last name is Gleam, G-L-I-E-M.
And how are you currently employed?
I am a physical scientist, forensic examiner, working in the Firearms and Toolmarks Unit of the FBI Laboratory located in Quantico, Virginia.
Where did you attend school?
I attended school at West Virginia University. I received a Bachelor's of Science degree in Forensic and Investigative Sciences there. And more recently, I've completed a Master's of Science at the University of Florida in pharmaceutical science with a concentration in forensic science as well.
What sort of professional training do you have?
So, as an examiner, as a physical scientist forensic examiner at the FBI Laboratory, before we are qualified to perform independent casework, we go through a training program at the laboratory to ensure that we have all of the proper educational requirements and skills to perform the tasks, excuse me. So when I first started at the Firearms and Toolmarks Unit, I went through the forensic examiner training program within that unit, which included required readings, exercises, simulated casework, and working under, doing casework under the supervision of a qualified examiner, as well as completing numerous tests before I was qualified to perform independent casework.
Do you have any work experience in this field prior to your current position at the FBI?
So before becoming a physical scientist forensic examiner in the Firearms and Toolmarks Unit, I worked as a forensic examiner in the latent print operations unit, and I worked there for approximately 4 years before coming to the Firearms and Toolmarks Unit. And I've been with the Firearms and Toolmarks Unit for about 9 years now.
Have you given any presentations in your field?
Yes, I have. I've given several case presentations about some of the cases that I've worked in my time as a forensic examiner there. I've also given numerous tours and presentations to groups about the FBI Laboratory and our unit as a whole.
And are you a member of any professional organizations or anything like that?
No, I am not.
Okay. Have you ever been qualified as an expert witness in a criminal court?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever been denied qualification as an expert witness in a criminal court?
No, I have not.
Your Honor, subject to cross-examination by the defense, I would move that this witness be treated as an expert pursuant to Rule 702.
All right, Mr. Selden, do you wish to engage in voir dire pertaining to this witness's qualifications?
One moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Yes, Your Honor, I have a couple questions.
Go ahead.
What exactly are you being qualified as an expert in? What is your represented area of expertise?
So in the Firearms and Toolmarks Unit, my main job duties include the examination of tools and firearms, as well as the items that those tools and firearms come into contact with. I examine both the tools and firearms, determine the makes and models, as well as the types of actions that they can produce, as well as if any microscopic marks of value are present on the surfaces that they come into contact with. I can then do examinations on those marks to determine whether or not those marks were originated from a particular tool or not.
So what you're saying in summary is that you are an alleged expert in the external examination of these objects. Does that be a fair assumption or statement?
Could you explain what you mean by external?
It does sound really good, Michelle.
You don't
Sounds really yummy.
take the contents of, for instance, the vials out. You don't do any chemical analysis. You're talking about how the vial looks from an external view and a microscopic examination of the outside of these objects.
With an object like that, yes. I do not do any chemical examination.
No objection. Accepted.
All right, the court declares this witness to be an expert within his described field of forensic examinations. You may continue, Ms. Akert.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Glenn, did you write a report in this case?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I'd like to have marked what I am holding as State's Exhibit 19.
Yes, no, yes. Sorry. This is State's Exhibit number 19, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And this has been shown to the defense, Your Honor.
Very well.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Gleam, I've handed you what is labeled as Laboratory Division Supporting Documentation Envelope. Can you look over that and advise the court if that is the report that you prepared in this matter?
State's Exhibit 19 is a copy of all of the material that I produced as part of this case, to include the report, my case notes, as well as some additional documentation as well.
And what items did you review in this case?
I reviewed, excuse me, well, there's two different designations that we use for them. In the laboratory, we assigned them item 2 and item 4. At the field office level, when they were first received by the field office, which was Pittsburgh in this case, they gave them the designators 1B1 and 1B2.
And I'm going to hand you what has been marked and entered as State's Exhibit 10 and State's Exhibit 14.
That is such great news, Brenda. I'm super happy for you. That is great news, ma'am. She says, hey, everyone in chat who were kind enough to say prayers for the wound on my leg. You all created a miracle. No. God did that. Literally, there's no other way to describe it, and I want to thank you again. Within that time frame, my leg is healed enough that I don't have to go to the wound care tomorrow. Just have to continue follow-ups with primary care. God is great. Yes, he is. You're so sweet, Brenda. They are. Absolutely. Right, Donnie? Yes. Such good news. I know you were really worried about that. And you've been dealing with that for a long time. That's amazing. That's amazing. You know what's funny? Is we're always like shocked when God does something when we shouldn't be. You know what I'm saying? We shouldn't be shocked, but we are. So over a year. I know it's been a long time. Hey, Kel. I didn't know you were here, ma'am. Hi, Kel. Hugs for continued healing. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm happy for you, Brenda.
Could you please open those and identify them for me?
Do I need gloves to handle mine?
No.
Do we have some gloves, Deputy Fry?
He asked,
Hold
should
on.
I be handling this with gloves? And she said, no. I'm like, I don't understand why, in some instances, They're very careful, and they always use gloves, and they always put it right back into the bag it came out of. They don't pass it around. They show it to the jury. And then in other instances, like yesterday with all those vials we saw, they were just willy-nilly just slinging them all over the courtroom without a gloved one on. So I don't really understand. Sorry, I was trying not to belch in the microphone. I don't really understand why, why they don't do that all the time. Wear gloves all the time. Or not wear gloves all the time. Like, right, Michelle? He's a forensic person. He should know and insist. I mean, you would think that it would be like common practice across the board all the time. Never not. Like, there should always be a box of gloves up there for the witnesses to use. Just like there's a box of Kleenexes right there in case somebody has to blow their nose or sneeze or cry. Why ain't there always a box of gloves up there for them to glove up when they're getting ready to handle a piece of evidence like that? I don't get that. That's just the dumbest thing I've ever seen. The prosecutor was like, do I need to put gloves on? And she's like, nah, you're okay. See, now I thought that I had my cup of coffee Cash App link thing fixed yesterday. I thought that I had it fixed. I went into Nightbot and specifically like toggled it off, changed it from I think I had it set for 55 minutes to 50 minutes or from 50 minutes to 60 minutes, or I don't know. Turned it off and back on, and then yesterday it did it fine, every once an hour, and now it's back to doing it again. It's driving me crazy. They should always, right, Henny? Right? Michelle says, working in the lab, we didn't touch anything without gloves, a lab coat, goggles, and Clorox. It's just plain gross. Nightbot has other ideas. Which, by the way, that reminds me. Hold on just a second. Where did it go? Where did it go? Which way did it go? Which way did it go? Here it is. Hold on, where did it go? 1 hour ago, and I didn't see it until just earlier whenever I went into print kiddo's math paper through my email. I saw Donnie, thank you very much for the Cash App. Thank you. I appreciate it, Donnie. You're the sweetest. Thank you very much. I got to give Donnie some sparkle real quick. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. Oh, Michelle, honey, that box has been long gone. And no, I did not send it in. If that's what you're talking about. No. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope. There she is. There's Donnie. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. That's very sweet. Thank you for the cup of coffee, right? All right. Sparkle. Sparkle. All right, let's get back to this. Michelle said I threw mine away too. Is she waiting on something in particular? What are we waiting on? Him to put gloves on? Is that what we're waiting on? Bueller. Bueller.
Eureka, we found a box of gloves.
Eureka. Did he say Eureka?
Can you message poor Stephen to tell him that we found some?
Thank you. That's okay.
See, it's pretty bad when you can't even find a box of gloves in a courtroom. That, to me, tells me that they don't handle evidence correctly. Oh, well, he just busted through that glove.
They may be for children, however.
Right. I was going to say, that one's too little. He can't even get them on his hand. They're going to cut his blood circulation off. Those do not fit him. Good Lord. They're a large. Dude. I'm glad you're not a proctologist. Oh my God, look at the...
All right. I'm sorry, what was your original question? So...
Look at his glove. Look at his glove.
Exhibit 10 is a vial.
And did you examine that vial?
Oh, there he's
So
like...
I don't see my markings specifically on it. However, most of the
Cameraman has zoomed it. Look at
exhibit sticker. It does appear very consistent with my photograph of the item 2 vial that I examined in the laboratory.
And when you refer to that photograph, I'm going to try to fix this. I know this is hard to see.
Those are large gloves, you guys. Look, it says it, large, right there on the box. And he busted all the way through that one with his right hand. Oh my God. That would, Isn't it a proctologist that's the one that says bend over? Isn't that what that is? I'm sorry. No. Yeah. And then the cameraman's like, wrong. Sorry. Good Lord, have mercy. Donk. Most men use the XL gloves. Well,
Is this the set of photographs that you're referring to?
Yes, that's correct.
And what are we looking at in these photographs?
We're looking at the photographs that I took during my examination of the item 2 vial. There were numerous pieces. So So I just took it from different angles, as well as the different components, as well as a close-up of the rubber stopper that I was asked to examine.
Oh my God, I can't help it. Oh my God. The camera zoomed in and he literally just has the glove like on one finger and like laid across the top of his hand. The hole underneath is gone. Oh my God, I'm dying. I'm dying. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. We gotta go back and look at this. I mean, the cameraman zooms in. The cameraman's like, look at this fool. Oh my God. Okay. He puts this one on, and this is when he literally busts all it through. Watch him. He's like, oh.
Go through the whole box. All right. I'm sorry. What was your original question? So, this one.
Oh my God,
So
look at
Exhibit
that.
10 is a vial.
And did you examine that vial?
So I don't see my markings specifically on it. However, most of the
Oh God. I'm so sorry. That just tickled me. That tickled me. I can't. Oh my God. Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, wow.
most of it is covered with the state's exhibit sticker. It does appear very consistent with my photograph
Danny
of
Glover.
the item
Oh
2
my
vial
God.
that I examined in the laboratory.
And you refer to that photograph? I'm gonna try to fix this. I know this is hard to see. I'll have to switch better ones.
Oh my God. Oh. Danny Glover.
Trying to make this as visible as I can for everyone in the room. Is this the set of photographs that you're referring to?
Yes, that's correct.
And what are we looking at in these photographs?
We're looking at the photographs that I took during my examination of the item 2 vial.
I'm gonna try not to.
There were numerous pieces, so I just took it from different angles, as well as the different components, as well as a close-up of the rubber stopper that I was asked to examine.
And before we move on to states 14, we'll just stick with states 10. What sort of testing did you perform on this stopper, this vial?
I was asked to examine the rubber area at the center here to determine if there were any puncture marks in the rubber top of the vial.
And what conclusions did you reach?
I did not detect any punctures or defects in that rubber stopper.
What does the lack of a puncture in that bottle indicate to you?
I need to measure up. Are we talking about item number 2, which was later marked as item number IB-1? Is that what we are talking about?
That's my understanding of what we're talking about, yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, the last question. What does the lack of any puncture in the septum of this bottle indicate to you?
It indicates that it was not forcibly contacted by any other object to obtain the contents inside of it.
Now, could you please identify State Exhibit 14?
I think I've composed myself.
Yes.
Is that the same bottle that you performed testing on in your laboratory?
Yes, it is. This is the item 4 vial that I
I
examined
detect
in the
defects
laboratory.
in your gloves.
And I recognize both my initials and name and date on the outer packaging, as well as some of the inner packaging here. Excuse me. As well as my initials on the item itself.
And the photographs that I placed on the overhead that should also appear in front of you on that screen, are these photographs that you took of that bottle and septum during testing?
Yes.
And additionally, did you take these photographs of the septum during testing as well?
Yes, I did.
What sort of testing did you perform on State Exhibit?
I'm sorry, I need to interrupt for a moment. I'm getting a call from Dr. Banerjee. She's probably telling me she's not 100% sure.
Take the call.
Thank you.
What? I guess they're all waiting on her, him.
Your Honor, there is difficulty with Dr. Banerjee. She's, where's she approaching?
Yes, please.
So they're approaching. I don't know, Donnie. I don't know. Did he keep her on the phone the entire time? I do not know.
All right, please continue, Ms. Akron.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Glee, with regard to State Exhibit 14, which is also identified as item number 4, what type of testing did you perform?
Michelle, his doctor called. It's I guess one of their experts that he wants to eventually call to rebut what the prosecution's expert did. And she listened in to an earlier testimony, but I didn't know that she was going to be on the phone the whole time. I don't know. His doctor called. He wants his gloves back. Oh, God. Henny, right. We were talking about that yesterday or the day. I don't remember. Must have been Friday or yesterday. I don't know. But apparently she goes up when they have sidebars. She goes up there with them. So I'm not sure. Hi, babe. I'm not sure what that's about. Apparently that's something they let them do. Yeah.
It was mostly a visual examination where I was looking for defects in that rubber top of the vial.
Right, fancy dress day today.
I
Everybody's so
detected one
fancy,
defect in the center of the rubber stopper that was consistent with a puncture mark that penetrated through the entire rubber stopper.
And has anything come to your attention since conducting your original testing on both States Exhibit 10 and States Exhibit 14 that would lead you to change any of your conclusions at this time?
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor, and I would move States 19 into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Selden?
No objection, Your Honor.
States exhibit number 19 will be admitted into evidence. You may cross-examine Mr. Selden. Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Stanley Selden. I'm co-counsel for the defendant, Natalie Cochran. Welcome to the courtroom.
Morning. Afternoon.
How do you pronounce your last name?
Gleam.
Gleam. Okay. As Gleam, even though that's not the spelling.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Excuse me, just a moment, Your Honor. I need to collect my thoughts on this.
All right.
It was a little confusing in some of the testimony. All right. Mr. Green, as to your report on item number 2, which I believe was State's Exhibit number 10, I'm calling your attention to that one, okay?
Yes.
That was a vial that has a large top, and can we have the photographs of that so that we can put them on the viewer?
All right. Who has the photographs?
Photographs are within the report, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh, Lord, Brenda. Mark it on the calendar. Mark it on the calendar. We'll never see this again in history. Well, I'll take that back. Maybe next year on January 21st, it might be 12 degrees at 222. I don't know.
And hopefully I can get this on the viewer so everyone can see it.
No, let's hope.
And could I get some assistance in turning this on?
It is okay.
Okay, good. Here we go. Mr. Gleam, are these the photographs that you took of, and I believe your description included item number 2. Is that correct?
Yes.
You did external examinations of this, and by that I mean you didn't empty out the contents, you didn't analyze the contents. That was done by somebody else, correct?
That's correct.
And you say no punctures or defects were present on the top or bottom of the surfaces of the rubber stopper. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
The metal ring, and I believe you're talking about this right here.
Yes.
You can see that? And that's the metal ring that would have been around here and right here. Is that right?
Correct. I didn't necessarily examine the metal ring because I believe it had been manipulated before it got to me to remove the contents.
So you can't make any conclusions about that because it was manipulated before it got to you.
Correct. I was only asked to examine the rubber stopper inside of the metal ring.
And this rubber stopper had no defects or punctures or anything like that that you could see. Is that right?
Not that I was able to detect.
Do you know what substances were represented to be in this vial by other testers?
No, I don't.
Fair enough. Let's look at this item, which is listed as item number 4. And these are photographs taken by you of this item, correct?
Yes.
Now, you said in examination of this item that you believe, and this item seems to indicate right here, this is Humalog insulin. Would you agree with that label?
Yes, that is how it was labeled.
Now, you say that upon examination, you believe that there was a puncture in the rubber piece right here, correct?
Yes, I believe you lost it on the top there.
But okay, great, thank you. I think we're back on, and hopefully I won't touch anything again.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Yes. This indication right here, with this circle that I believe you put on the photograph, right?
Yes, the dashed circle as well as that arrow to the kind of the top right were indicators put on the photograph by me to just give further clarification on the notes.
So from your examination, you believe that was a puncture in the rubber stopper, right?
Yes, that's correct.
You cannot tell if this was a single puncture or if there might have been, no, I'm going to scratch that. You cannot tell when this alleged puncture mark was made, correct?
No, I cannot.
Lieutenant Bledsoe, who gathered this item from, I believe it was 211 4H Lake Road, says that when he retrieved this item, it was full and unopened.
Objection, Your Honor. I don't believe that's ever been stated. Lieutenant Bledsoe has not even testified yet.
Yes, that's true. I must sustain the objection. You can rephrase, Mr. Sullivan.
Yeah. From a visual examination, you cannot tell if this was opened or not. You're only stating there was a puncture in the top, right?
Yes, I only observed I only examined the rubber stopper, and this is the result of my examination.
And from your examination, you can't tell who made this puncture mark, correct?
No, I cannot.
You did a visual examination of the bottle, etc. Were there any fingerprints on the bottle?
I did not examine the bottle for fingerprints.
A moment, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
And also, in addition to those questions, not only can you not tell who made the puncture mark, but you can't tell when it was made, correct?
No, I cannot.
One moment, Your Honor, I need to confer.
All right.
Now, the metal ring that you were talking about, and that vial that may or may not have been opened, etc., you stated that, and that was item 2, I believe, you stated that had been manipulated previously, so you couldn't really tell much about it, correct?
Your Honor, may I refer to my notes? I made a note specific to the metal ring that might help me better answer that question.
Okay. Is it in your report?
It's the same copy as the State's Exhibit 19. It's just my copy.
I can give him the report.
Okay, yeah, if you don't mind, please.
Thank you. Thank you.
Would it be all right if I stand here?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just don't lean over too far.
Oh, sorry.
So on my notes, I indicated that the metal ring was loose and easily removed to separate the rubber stopper from the ring. So the metal ring appeared like it had been manipulated prior to myself receiving it because it was so easily removable.
Okay, and I want to show that on the viewer. This is the vial, not the one marked Humalog. It has a label that represents methylprednisone, and you believe, based on your examination, that this one was manipulated, correct?
Well, I don't have all of the documents from the other units of the laboratory, but I believe it did go to other units of the laboratory before I received it. So it's possible that they might have removed that ring to access the contents. It's possible.
Item number 4. From a visual examination of this bottle, can you tell if it's full of liquid or not?
I believe it was empty when I received it.
So how do you believe the contents were removed?
I don't have any information on that.
Lord have mercy. It's like the left hand don't know what the right hand's doing. And
Okay.
like one witness is like, it looks like it could be full, looks like it could have an air bubble at the top. Now this guy says it was empty when he got it, blah, 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 blah. I don't know, but he does kind of make, he shakes things up, right? Makes things a little bit more
Now, according to your report,
interesting.
items number 2 and items number 4 were found approximately 4 to 5 months after Michael Cochran's death on February 11th of 2019. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of when they were recovered. Well, could you repeat the question, please?
Sure. There are various documents appended to your report, which you reviewed. It's part of your report. From that description, do you believe this item was seized by police or other authorities approximately 4 months after Michael Cochran's death on February 11th of 2019?
I don't have any awareness of the collection of this item of evidence. I can only speak to when it was received into the FBI laboratory and when I worked it in the laboratory, and that's all I can say about the custody of that item.
Okay, I'm going to hand you this report back. I have a few more questions. So looking at that report, when were these 2 items, number 2 and 4, received in your laboratory?
So, to best answer your question, this evidence, I don't have the full chain of custody printouts for each of these items present in my notes printouts. That's information that's typically part of the evidence management unit package that is created for these items that kind of covers the whole lifespan or the whole chain of custody of the movement of the items through the entire laboratory.
Right, and I'm not asking you about all that. I just want to know when these 2 items came into the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia, as far as your investigation?
So the initial communication from the field office about this request for laboratory examinations was initiated on February 9th, 2021.
Okay. And so it can be assumed that came into Quantico about February of 2021.
Yes, approximately. So the communication was initiated on February 9th, and
Okay.
then the initial notes done by the evidence management unit were created on February 10th of 2021.
Okay. So Michael Cochran passed away February 11th of 2019, and this crucial evidence has come into your lab 2 years later. Is that what you're saying?
Those are the dates that are indicated as when we received items in this case.
Okay. You were assigned the items on July 30th of 2021, and you completed your report January 31st of 2022. Isn't that right?
Yes, that appears correct.
Okay. Almost 4 years after Michael Cochran's death, correct? If his death occurred February 11th of 2019.
I'm not familiar with the specifics of the case, but if his death occurred in 2019, I completed my exams in 2022, that would be 3 years.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Redirect Ms. Akron.
Mr. Gleam, through your investigation of State's Exhibit 14, the bottle that is labeled Humalog, I believe also identified as item 4, is it true that you were unable to determine how many times an object had passed through the puncture you identified?
Objection as to the form of the question is leading.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
Were you able to determine how many times any item had passed through that puncture?
No, I was not.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr. Selden?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down, Mr. Gleam. You
Thank
are
you.
excused.
Thank you.
Make sure you leave all the exhibits here, please,
Yes, sir.
and our gloves.
Yes, Your Honor. I broke more than I used.
That's all right. We won't charge you.
He broke more than he used. That's the
Members of the
truth.
jury, we'll take our lunch break now. Please do not expose yourselves to any reports online, on the radio, or on TV concerning this case. Obviously, you see cameras in the courtroom. You know that this case is being filmed. Again, I want you to make an independent decision at the close of all the evidence. Please enjoy your lunch. I'll give you a little bit of extra time on your lunch break because we're getting a little late start. I'll need you back in your jury room a little bit before 1:15, please, and we'll start back up promptly. Technology allowing. You may follow the bailiff to your jury room.
Lord, Lord, Lord.
1:15, I figure it'll take 15 minutes to try to set up the technology. Okay?
All right, let's wee through the lunch break. As Henny says, wee. All right. Must have got chilly in there because looks like she's got a sweater on now.
All right, are there any matters that we need to take up at this time out of the presence of the jury?
Just connecting Dr. Banerjee is all.
Okay. Are we squared away for the next witness, Mr. Truman? Ms. Acorn?
My understanding is that they have received the link and they are prepared to go forward when we allow them into the room.
Okay. And
Michelle.
we need to connect Dr.
Cold, cold,
Van-
cold. What's the temperature there right now?
Yes, if you don't mind.
I can't remember, but I think it was like 8 degrees earlier this
If you
morning.
know your party's extension, you may dial it now. To speak to an operator, stay on the line or press 0.
27 feels like 25 with a low of 14.
Please stay on the line while
Chilly
your call is transferred to the
Willy.
operator.
Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, please hold.
What in the world?
Sorry about that. How can I help you?
Yes, this is Colleen Brown Bailey. I'm the law clerk for Judge Kirkpatrick. And we are trying to get Dr. Kubicek here for a hearing.
Okay. Let's see. I can send you over to Jessica. Are you trying to schedule it or are you trying to get a hold of him now?
No, get a hold of him right now. He's supposed to testify.
Okay. Yeah, let me get you over to his number. Hold on one moment.
Thank you.
Lord have mercy. The judge is like, Deji.
This is Megan. How can I help you?
Megan, this is Tom Truman from the Raleigh County Prosecutor's Office. We're ready to hook up Dr. Kubicek on his link. But let me explain to you, we have to have him mute his Teams microphone, and we have to go through the telephone. So whatever way is easiest for you to do that. He'll be on video, but the sound will come across the telephone.
Okay, let me put you on hold here for just a second so I can run back there and make sure he's in his office, and then that way I can get you transferred back to him, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a little unsettling to make sure he's in his office.
Right.
More Kenzie Hole music.
I mean, shouldn't you have, you've had this whole lunch break to get with him and make sure everything's ready to roll. Jeez. I feel like I'm on the phone with like my cell phone provider or something. Thank you for holding. Have you heard about the latest and greatest in true crime channels? Well, let me tell you all about it. The Crime Cafe over here on YouTube. Check it out now. Continue to hold. Your party will be with you momentarily. Thank you for holding. Your patience is appreciated. Your call is important to us. Wait a minute. Hold on. I got to get my face straight. Wait a minute. Your call is important to us. While you wait, Margaret, please make sure you have the right shoes on your feet, your backpack, your finger out of your nose, and the glue stick out of your hair. Oh, wait, I got my messages mixed up. One was the principal's office, and the other is, the cell phone company. I don't know, but that guy looks extremely stressed. Oh, can I speed? Oh, yeah, I can speed it up. Thank you, Kel. Why did I think we were live? Sorry. God, they're still on hold trying to get this dude on the phone. Oh, here we go. Here we go. You are now being connected to the next available representative.
Yes, sir. You're scheduled to testify by Teams in Raleigh County case today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we need to explain the technology of this.
We were living in the moment, right?
Because of feedback, we're going to put you on, you click on the Teams link, but then mute your microphone. And that way we'll get you video over the Teams link and the audio over the phone, okay?
Okay. I'm already hooked up to your site.
She does. Oh my God.
That can't be good.
Oh, nails on a chalkboard, nails on a chalkboard, nails on a chalkboard.
Working, I don't know why, but it's not showing me.
Is this camera on?
Yeah, I'm now my assistant is working on it.
Okay.
It's sitting, it's hooked up, but I don't know why it's not working.
Stephen, ask Sarah to come in here. Maybe she knows what to do.
We need an expert.
Did the attorney in the purple jacket just
What about Dr. Banerjee? Do we need to call
flip
her?
somebody off under the chin?
About
Watch. Oh, he did! Totally!
We need an expert.
Oh my God.
What about Dr. Banerjee? Do we need to call her?
Oh my God. He totally did. I can't with this trial. I cannot with this trial. I can't. What in the world? Did you see it, Margaret? Did you see it, him flip him off with the under the chin? And then the guy, the Bueller dude was laughed and turned his head. Billy said, let me see it again. Hold on. And then you can hear him, and then you can actually hear him say no to the guy sitting behind in the younger guy that's sitting right directly behind her. You can see the back of his head right now in that video, but he looks at him and says no. But watch. Right, it's right here. Watch. Here he goes.
We need an expert. What about Dr. Banerjee? Do we need to call her?
Lord. One more time just for good measure.
We need an expert.
I can't.
What about Dr. Banerjee?
I don't know if it's his son or what, but oh my God. I can't. Brenda said, Billy, ever since you said this trial was boring, has it ever spiced up? Today's been a day. Bad behavior and bad clothes. Michelle says he needs a new barber. Roller coaster. I thought so too. Kind of looks like him. Yeah. Right, Brenda? Yeah. Been listening, but on the computer doing other stuff. Yeah, not boring today. But it's not even that the testimony has been like, wow, hair raising or crazy pants. It's all the random stuff that's happening. The glove situation put me plumb out of my chair like 5 times. Wings went out in the 80s, kid, right? Grimace for McDonald's, maybe, but not this guy's. Purple is not Balky's color. Yeah.
There might be something on your end.
Yeah, we're working on it.
Okay.
Trying to figure out.
Oh, and somebody sneezed.
With the camera.
Right, Michelle? Thanks for that, Margaret. Now I want McDonald's French fries. The highlight from today's husband poisoning trial. Zoom wouldn't work, bad haircuts, flip-offs, and a sneeze. Yeah. and gloves that don't fit.
Just a second. Yes?
Hello? Yes?
Yes, we're here.
Yes, I'm here. This is Dr. Banerjee.
Yes, hold on, doctor. We're trying to set things up.
No problem. I was just someone asked if I was here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any headway, Dr. Kubicek?
Still working on it.
Okay.
Right. Morgana, the bad fitting gloves. It made me think Chris Farley, the attorney there, the man that lives in the van down by the river. Fat guy in a little coat. Fat guy in a little coat. You know, from, what was the name of that movie? What was the name of that movie? Fat guy in a little coat. Fat guy in a little coat. What was that? Somebody's going to say it, and I'm going to be like, yes. Yeah, Morgan, I was thinking, fat guy in a little coat. Big guy in little gloves. What was that movie with Chris Farley and David Spade? Nobody's going to answer, really. Tommy Boy, that's it. Thank you. Tommy Boy. Yeah.
Wonder if he could come.
Still working on it, yeah. Assistant is looking for another camera. I think that we have a problem with the camera.
Okay.
There's a problem with the camera, so they're looking for another camera.
If you could find another laptop to hook up to, it might work.
Is there any chance your camera portal is blocked, doctor? I mean, like just a piece of tape over it or something?
No.
Okay. No way that the camera is not just blocked with like a piece of tape or something. Oh, no. See, they should have had this figured out during the lunch break. She should have been there, ready to go. Oh, now he's going to throw his 2 cents in. Let's see what he says.
Dr. Kubicek?
Yes.
Tu Maciek Wiktor z Polski mówi. Ja jestem jednym z prawników.
Witam.
A czy nie łatwiej byłoby tu przyjechać?
Dzisiaj?
Tak.
To był kłopot.
To byłby kłopot?
Tak, bo to ile? 2 godziny w jedną stronę.
Z Często? Nie, tylko godzinę.
Godzinę?
Aha.
Are they literally talking in a different language to each other?
We will try to fix it here. If not, within the next few minutes, I'll have to start driving. Będę musiał jechać.
Świetnie. Dobrze. Dziękuję.
Translate.
Translate. No, we're talking about possibility of me driving to your place.
Is there any possibility of that, doctor?
In about 1 hour or so, have hour and a half. I mean, if I have to, then I have to. You know, if they cannot fix the camera, I'll have to drive.
Okay. We'd love to have you here. Or if you could find another laptop to use, it probably would straighten out. There's bound to be another one in your building that's free.
Right.
My assistants are looking for the solution right now.
Okay.
The problem.
Morgana says now we're listening to Rosetta Stone. Right? To be honest, Donnie, I have no idea. I have no idea. I'm just scrolling on through. Oh.
Doctor, we're going to have to push this along a little bit. If you can't come up with another laptop, one alternative suggested by one of the experts in the courtroom was if you use your smartphone.
Well, I mean, duh. Oh my God.
Never mind, Doctor.
Oh my God. He has a flip-flop phone. What? And you're a doctor? Are we all on candid camera? Is this fake? Oh my God. Punked, right? I'm still scooching.
Press, doctor.
Oh, wait.
Doctor? Oh, you're on. Well, you were on just momentarily.
System, yes. System basically didn't recognize this camera for whatever reason. But here, I'm there. We're still, let me see. You're right.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
We can see you. Dr. Banerjee, can you hear me?
Uh-oh.
Not a good sign.
I said I'm on mute, but I can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We may be straightened out then. It's a miracle.
Eureka.
Okay, are we ready to go?
I think so. Thank you.
Bring in the jury bailiff.
Lord have mercy.
Issues of members of the jury, we have been wrestling with issues of high technology, as you might ascertain. I am the master of low technology, and this little baby is the limit of my abilities in terms of dealing with technological issues. I bought this at Walmart a few years ago, and I found that it's very convenient to give you guidance. It usually tells you yes, no, or maybe. And sometimes it comes into play every now and then. That's a joke, of course. We are ready to go forward.
That was cute. He is cute, right, Patricia? He's cute. That was cute. Right, Morgana, the jury's just back there eating all the donuts. They had their lunch, and then they had coffee, and then they're like, well, you know what? If we're going to have to sit here and wait this long, let's just throw these donuts in the microwave for a quick second. Right?
Forward now. We have the state's next witness on the board. Also, the defense expert is listening by telephone.
And hey, Patricia.
If you'll call your next witness,
how are
please,
you today?
Mr. Truman or Ms. Acorn.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Piotr Kubicek to the stand.
All right, Dr. Kubicek, would you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, you may be seated. Proceed, Ms. Acorn.
Doctor, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Could you please state and spell your full name for the record?
My name is Dr. Piotr, P-I-O-T-R, Kubicek, K-U-B-I-C-Z-E-K.
And doctor, how are you currently employed?
I'm employed at the West Virginia office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Charleston, West Virginia. I'm First Deputy Chief Medical Examiner.
And about how long have you been a medical examiner?
I've been working here since 2017, so it's almost 5 years.
In your best estimate, about how many autopsies would you say that you've performed?
Correction, almost 8 years. I have performed altogether in my career more than 6,000 autopsies.
Dr. Kubicek, where did you attend school?
I'm sorry, Patricia. I'm glad that you are here with us, though. Hopefully, hopefully we're able to make things a little easier. Donnie, this is a state's witness. Yes, ma'am, I know. I would have lost track, too. Completely. But the defense has their expert witness listening through the phone as well, because they can't be there in court to hear, this witness's testimony.
I attended medical school. It was Medical University of Warsaw, Poland. And then I studied graduate medical residency, was pathology residency in Muncie, Indiana. This was Paul Memorial Hospital. Then I proceeded to study forensic pathology. It was my fellowship at Montgomery County Coroner's Office in Dayton, Ohio.
Do you have any work experience prior to being a medical examiner for the state of West Virginia?
Yes, I prior to work here in West Virginia, I worked in Nevada. I worked over there at Clark County Coroner's Office in Las Vegas, and I worked at Washoe County Medical Examiner Coroner's Office in Reno, Nevada. And before that, of course, I worked at Montgomery County Coroner's Office in Dayton, Ohio. And before that, I worked at a residency program. It was Baldwin Memorial Hospital in Muncie, Indiana.
And are you currently licensed to practice medicine in the state of West Virginia?
Yes, I am.
Do you have any teaching experience?
Yes.
Could you just briefly lay that out for us?
Since my residency training, I've been teaching medical students and residents in practice of autopsy and pathology. And then now I teach the medical students practice of forensic pathology here in West Virginia.
And outside of that teaching experience, have you given any presentations in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes, it's a part of it was part of my work to give presentations. For example, in Nevada, about the cause and manner of death, different types of causes of death, and how they refer to manner of death.
Are you a member of any professional organizations or committees?
Yes, I'm a member of International Association of Coroners and Medical Examiners, and I'm a member of College of American Pathology, and I'm a member of Association of I'm American Society of Clinical Pathology.
Your Honor, subject to voir dire by the defense, I would request permission to treat this witness as an expert in the field of forensic pathology under Rule 702.
All right, Mr. Selden, do you wish to engage in voir dire of this witness?
I just have a few very brief questions.
Very well.
Dr. Kubitschek, have you published any articles, books, or anything of that nature?
During my forensic pathology fellowship, I was co-author of article on toxicology involving pediatric population in Montgomery County. Besides that, I published, presented a letter to editor on injuries of residents that occurred during the autopsies. Basically, those are the most important articles or the presentations in the journals.
All right. Thank you. And Dr. Kubitschek is certainly acceptable as an expert in forensic pathology.
All right, the court declares Dr. Kubitschek to be an expert within his field of forensic pathology. You may continue, Ms. Akert.
Dr. Kubitschek, did you have occasion to perform an autopsy on a Michael Cochran on or about September 4th of 2019?
Yes.
And did you generate a report following that autopsy?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I would like to have the autopsy report marked as State's Exhibit 20.
Okay. Thanks.
Now, doctor, that autopsy was performed approximately 7 months following Mr. Cochran's death. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you explain the long window between the death and the autopsy occurring?
Initially, Mr. Cochran's death was considered a natural death, so the hospital and the hospice actually did not report the death to us. Later on, law enforcement became involved, and it was determined that the post-mortem examination should be performed, and on August 9th, the court issued the order for exhumation. And then I performed the autopsy on exhumed body, Mr. Cochran.
Did you review any outside medical records when you performed this autopsy?
Yes.
Can you review what those were for us?
There were records from Raleigh Hospital and then CMC Memorial Hospital, and those were the major sources of information.
And when you performed this autopsy, were you looking for anything in particular?
When we perform autopsy, we look for the evidence of natural diseases on the surface of the body, and then inside the cavities of the body. And of course, we look for the evidence of injuries on the surface of the body, inside of the body. The body that I received in Cochran, it was already moderately decomposed, and however, it was also post status of embalming. And this kind of helped to preserve the internal organs. The process of embalming helped me to visualize better the organs in the body that was on the outside of this was more moderately decomposed. And I performed as I said, the external examination, internal examination, and I did find that he had cardiomegaly, that means enlarged heart, and obviously there were those decomposition changes present. And I sent out tissues that I obtained during the autopsy for toxicologic examination. Basically, the toxicology results showed that there was no alcohol, there were no common drugs of abuse. We also tested for heavy metals, and basically at that point, after reviewing the medical information, clinical information, after reviewing the toxicology findings, I came to a conclusion that the cause of death is at this point undetermined. I could not find basically cause of death beyond certainly the medical science.
You answered my next 4 or 5 questions for me right there in that answer. Dr. Kubitschek, has anything come to your attention since originally performing the autopsy that would change the opinion that you offered?
No.
And had you been looking for anything specific at that time, as in this case we're talking about exogenous insulin administration, would you have performed any different testing that you did not perform with the original autopsy?
Actually, no, because the body was already moderately decomposed. It was almost 7 months after the deceased's death. So looking for areas of, for example, insulin injection or the presence of insulin in the deceased system was basically not possible at that time, because we have to understand he spent a few days in the hospital, and later on he was obviously buried. So lots of the evidence that would help to determine if there was actually insulin used was not available anymore during the post-mortem examination.
Thank you, doctor. I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Selden.
Could I have a moment to speak to my co-counsel?
Yes.
Wonder what they're going to talk about. Sorry, I was going through some things that kiddo's resource teacher sent from school today. I've been printing off her activity sheets every day, and she sent the workbook and all that, so she actually has the workbook and not sheets that I have to print off. And then she sent all the little fun extras, like the pencil with the big grip on it, you know, the egg grip, glue stick, kids rounded scissors, all the kitty things. Margaret, this is not, you don't get, this does not go in your hair, and we don't eat it. Okay, Margaret?
Good afternoon, Dr. Kubicek. My name is Stanley Selden. I am co-counsel for Natalie Cochran, and welcome this afternoon.
Margaret had asked earlier. She's like, why am I going to kindergarten? Ma'am, you were the one that asked. You were the one that asked last week. Can I go? I need to learn math. Can I come? Can I go? That's why. You just have to make sure to get your backpack and that you have your shoes on the right feet.
Now, you conducted, I'm gathering from your answers, a very detailed and thorough examination of Michael Cochran's body when you received it, and it was exhumed 7 months after his death. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that you reviewed the medical records from Raleigh General Hospital and CAMC in the course of your autopsy. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your autopsy report, you have a list of diagnoses that I believe you received
Good question,
from
right?
the discharge report of CAMC. That's on page 5 of your report. Is that where those diagnoses came from?
Yes.
Okay. And the clinically documented diagnoses were that the decedent was unresponsive at home during unclear circumstances. That's the first one. Correct?
Yes.
There was a reported prolonged time of unconsciousness. Correct?
Yes.
You list in number 3 that there was use of testosterone augmenting supplement. Is that correct?
Yes.
Prolonged hospital stay, and then you list cerebral edema with hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy. That's fluid on the brain and swelling of the brain. Is that a correct interpretation?
Yes.
Okay. You list hypoglycemia at the time of admission. You do not know the cause of that. That's just the discharge note, correct?
Yes.
There was a history of seizure disorder and diagnoses, correct?
Yes.
And he was in a coma, right?
That's correct.
Now, there was noted in your autopsy and on these diagnoses that he suffered from cardiomegalia, which was an enlarged heart, correct?
Yes.
Okay. After all these exams, all this review of the medical records, your very thorough report and toxicology, etc., you found that the manner and cause of death was undetermined, correct? And undetermined means you don't know why he was deceased, and you couldn't tell from the autopsy, correct?
Yes. That's correct.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
Redirect Ms. Akron.
Very briefly, Your Honor. Dr. Kubitschek, you analyzed the organs of Mr. Cochran, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you locate any tumors on or inside of the body or on those organs?
No.
And the hypoglycemia that was listed in those records, would you consider that profound hypoglycemia?
Hypoglycemia is less than, I'm not really a clinician, treating patients, live patients, but it was, at the time of admission, was significant.
And the information that you received in the medical records, do you know the original source of any of that information?
I was testing done at the CMC Memorial and the follow-up testings. But that was the medical records, those were the sources of information. Obviously, I could not verify this during the autopsy.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Selden?
Very, very good.
Go ahead.
Judge is like, go ahead.
Dr. Kubitschek, the reason you couldn't find tumors, microscopic tumors, etc., because this body was 7 months old, and the organs are the first thing to decompose. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
Anything, Ms. Acord? Yes, May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You are excused.
Thank you.
Donnie, I don't know. To be honest, I'm kind of like, I
Call
don't
your
know
next
which end
witness,
is up.
please, Ms. Acord or Mr. Truman.
You know?
Your Honor, our next witness is currently on his way into town from Dallas, Texas. We do not anticipate that he will be here before the close of court today.
All right, and you have no one else that you could substitute?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
All right, members of the jury, you've heard.
What a poor use of time. Prosecution, you guys need to get your poop together, man. Wow. Yeah, I don't know what ends up, Donnie. Like, today was the first time I heard ever that he had been exhumed 7 months after. Like, does anybody else remember hearing that he had been exhumed 7 months after his death? I did not know that. Terrible use of time, right, Miss King? Michelle said, I think she did something to him, but they have not proven it. Did anybody else hear that he had been exhumed? I need to go back and listen because I was, between virtual classes and husband coming in and packages and kids and this and that, and I need to go back and re-listen to parts of this to see, like, why did they even exhume him? Did they not get, like, why did they exhume his body? Did they think it was just normal death when he died? And they didn't suspect foul play until 7 months later, or what? And why are we on day 4 and just now coming to this conclusion? Well, not conclusion, but coming to this, I don't know. Ms. King says, did he not go to the medical examiner because he died in a facility? I don't know. He should have, based on the fact that it was his age. I don't know. This is wonky. Hospice, they don't do autopsies. Michelle said, yeah, I think it was pretty pointless to exhume a body that had been embalmed for this type of issue. She did use hospice. But I don't know. I don't know if they... I think that they do autopsies even with people who have hospice care. I would assume so. Hospice does not do autopsies. Oh, well... Okay, Donnie said, yeah, they do. No, hospice themselves don't perform autopsies, right? But I'm just saying, I think that hospice patients... Michelle said, a doctor has to decide the patient cannot be helped and it's terminal. But Donnie says, if there are questions or research... Yeah, I'm pretty sure. That there are instances, especially when you're a 30-something-year-old man who looks as good as he did, according to that one witness, said that she'd never seen anybody look that good in hospice care before. That's not normal. If someone dies of natural causes, they don't. I think the family or doctor has to request one, and the family would have to pay for it. I don't know. The whole thing is just wonky. Wonky donkey. Wonky donkey.
Heard that we've run out of witnesses for the day, and so we are still on the state's case in chief, which means that we will start back up in the morning and continue with the trial. I will try to have something good in terms of a snack for you in the morning. I think I'll spring for sausage biscuits, if that's agreeable for everybody. Does everybody like sausage and biscuits? Okay.
Wow.
I will have that for you in the morning, and it will be waiting on your table whenever you arrive before 9 o'clock. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. This is a dangerous period because there is some great interest in this case, and I warn you not to watch any portrayals of the case on television, online, or hear anything on the radio, or read anything in the newspaper. All of those people will be trying to gather your attention, and you must resist so that you can make a fair
I want
and
a sausage
impartial
biscuit
decision
too,
at
right,
the end,
Patricia?
of the case. All right, enjoy your evening and your afternoon off, and I'll see you in the morning at 9 o'clock. You may follow the bailiff to your jury room.
Hey, dog mom. We've had a grand old time since you've been napping, ma'am. You're going to have to rewind it back and catch the replay. She says, well, 1 minute I was sitting here listening to y'all, and the next minute I was out. I'm back. This flu has kicked my behind. I'm sorry. I hope you feel better fast. Right? Yum. I want a sausage biscuit too. Miss King says, if I were the judge, I would have a strong word or two for the prosecutor. Me too. Me too. I'd be like, y'all better get your act together. Act like you got some sense. He is giving them the unhealthiest food. Donuts and sausage biscuits. He is sweet. Sleep is the best, right? I'll tell you what it was within a matter of minutes. Aw. I like this judge too, Henny. Michelle said, only if the patient dies not under the care of a physician. That is when the autopsy comes into play. Right, I hope the jury doesn't have glucose issues. Okay. All right, let's see if the judge has a strong word for the prosecution or not. I'm going to see if it gets on to him for not using their time wisely. To be honest, I can understand the one not able to be there because they're traveling. I mean, they should still be there when they're supposed to be there. But that they had a whole hour, hour and a half lunch. And then when they come back from lunch is when the prosecutors are like, okay, let's get our witness on the Zoom call. And then we spend an hour trying to get that mess figured out. What were you doing, sir, the hour that you were on your lunch break? She's looking at you, Margaret.
All right, are there any matters that we need to take up out of the presence of the jury at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, I seem to have slipped up one more time, and I would request that State's Exhibit 20 be entered into evidence.
No objection.
All right,
Wow.
there being no objection, State's Exhibit number 20 will be admitted into evidence.
Thank you.
Anything further on behalf of the defense?
Your Honor, nothing on the merits.
If she would have gotten one more text message or one more like random phone call or one more random email that popped through that could have completely just bloop her brain, and she could have let that whole exhibit not be entered into evidence, and then what?
But if we may have a little sidebar on the planning of the rest of the week here as far as witnesses.
All right,
I would
come out.
appreciate that.
That's a very good, yeah, you're right, Donnie. Dallas is full of snow. Flights are probably delayed. That's true. That's true. I forgot about that. Like if he had died at home, then an autopsy would have been ordered. Yeah. Well, the thing is, though, is it seems like there was a lot of questions around why he was in hospice care. Like why did I understand that, he was in the hospital and they're like, okay, we're not going to have any more. He's not going to shake this. He's not going to come out of this little coma that he's been in. We can offer you hospice care, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, yes, let's do that. I get that part, but what I don't understand is, according to all these witnesses that were friends, they never heard really anything out of his mouth or while at the hospital from like doctors and stuff. Everything they got, information wise, diagnosis wise, what was wrong with him, came from her. And so I think that I would have a lot of questions as to, it wasn't like he was a 60, 70 some year old man. This was a healthy, fit, 30-some year old man who, according to her, did have seizures, but also he had told a friend that he thought he was being poisoned, or he felt like he was. So, I don't know. I have questions about lots of questions. Yeah, what is encephalitis or whatever? Maybe I said that wrong. I don't know, but from what, though? You know what I mean? If his sugar was 21, they should have done some digging. Like, what? Why is the sugar? Why is this? Why is that? Why is that? And then, you know, Dog Mom says, since I've had all this time off, I have made a list of who from all of our trials could play the dwarfs from the Snow White. And I have to tell you, I had a little too much fun making the list. Oh my God, that sounds like so much fun. That's cute. Oh, wait, I meant to click that one. Donnie says the endocrinologist stated that the hospital missed so many tests. But with her being the spouse, no one else was legally privileged to the information directly from the physician. Right. And I don't mean, what I mean is, you know, from the sounds of it, the friends were there at the hospital a lot. And like the one friend stated yesterday that him and another friend stayed overnight. Not this time, but the time before or something. Because they didn't want to have to like give him sedatives or whatever. And so, you know, if they were there, I would have been like, the doctors come in and out. You know, there would have been some sort of information relayed, I would think. Oh, I'm starting to yawn. Stop it, Jenny. Stop it. You know what? I will have to have all of us pick different ones because the 7 I picked are hilarious. It would be so much fun to share with all of you. That is cute. Well, this little guy here in the purple outfit, he should be grumpy. I know, it's contagious. I'm sorry, Kel. I'm sorry. This isn't a strong case in my opinion either, Donnie. I mean, I think she did it. I do, but I don't know that the prosecution's proved it. I mean, I'm still questioning, did the guy take illegal, you know, supplements and stuff from across the borders and stuff, you know? And I'm not buying that he didn't know about the Ponzi stuff. There's no, in my brain, there's no way he didn't know something was. Yeah, I'm not buying that bit. I think he knew a lot more about that than what the prosecution is letting on.
A question for the folks that are...
Oh, wait. Michelle says HIPAA won't let them now, especially if she did something to him. She would have been adamant to keep his record secure. That's true. That's true. But if he would have at some point been awake and they come in and she's not there and his buddies are, you know, if a friend said, "Oh, well, what's this medicine for? What are you doing this medicine for?" And if he was even halfway awake and the doctor or nurse tried to act like they couldn't tell him, the friend, the victim would have been like, "Psh, you can tell them. I don't care if they know," you know? So, I don't know. The whole thing's fishy. Right, Henny? The whole thing. Hey, Cherie. You think so too, Patricia? I think he knew. I did a list with the political government in mind, but then I thought, oh my gosh, let me do something from all the different trials. I cracked myself up. That's cute. I agree he is not working, bringing in any income and living on what she was making. I think she made that up to throw them off the trail. Maybe that's why she did it, because he was going to throw her under the bus. I did think about that too. I'm wondering, like, maybe he knew about it, or maybe he was feeling guilty about it and was going to say something, or I don't know.
Filming the trial, we anticipate
How are
that
you, Cherie?
a juvenile may testify in this case as early as tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
And I would like to not portray that juvenile's face on screen. And I'm wondering if I can get some cooperation in that regard. The audio is fine. I've noticed in watching portrayals on TV that many times they're able to blur the face of the person that is speaking so that you wouldn't see the face. I'm inquiring of you folks directly if we could do that to protect the juvenile. Yes, sir. Okay. Can we do that? The juvenile, I understand, is 17 years old, not an adult, and very sensitive, perhaps, and we need to protect him as much as we can. Are we all agreed in that concern? Okay. I've got thumbs up from everybody, and looks like we're okay. All right, is there anything else before we close out the day?
That's for the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Court is in recess.
Okay, so they have court in recess, but there's still quite a few minutes left. Kind of wonder if something happens. Oh, yeah. Right, Cherie? A whole lot. Made up the Mexican drugs to throw them off the trail. Could have been, but it seems like there was text messages somewhere. But I can't remember. I don't know what they're doing. I'm just sitting here watching, being nosy. Just sitting here watching, being nosy. You know, I don't understand. I don't see how those cops can wear that much. Do you know how much extra weight they put on their body every day when they put all that gear on? And the like bulletproof vest and good grief. It's a lot of extra weight. Ooh, look at that dude's sound and computer get up there with all the screens and cameras. Ain't that cool? I'd have a good time with that. I'd have a good time with that. Ba-da-ba-bum-bum, ba-da-bum. Time keeps on slipping, slipping, slipping into the future. I'm just skipping. Nothing's going on. Everybody's just kind of sitting there doing their own thing. Like it ain't no thing. Chicken wang. Skip to Maloo. Skip to Maloo. Skip to Maloo. Skip to Maloo, my darling. All right, well, if there ain't nothing going on, I reckon we'll just call it today. Call it a day. Call it a day. Bye. Weird. All right. All right, then. That's it for today. Cherie says I'm all good here, but I woke to seeing on my phone that another wildfire has started up in San Diego. Oh my God. Margaret? Dyslexic. Oh, the trial. My ex wore that stuff and it is heavy. I could barely pick it up. Right? I know. Yeah. I've had to like pick it up and move it, like, because I have brother-in-laws. One is still a reserve. One is a reserve, and the other one was a cop for, I don't know, 20-some, 30-some years, something like that. I don't know. And like, I used to live with my sister when I was young, till I was a teenager. And, well, not live with, I mean, I stayed with them all the time, right? And the only reason I stayed with them all the time is because they let me smoke cigarettes. So when I was in high school, I stayed with my sister all the time. And anyway, her husband was a cop, and you know, when you pick that stuff up to move it out of the way from somewhere, and it's like, God almighty, that's like, you watch them put all that stuff on, and it's like one thing, and then another, and then another, and then another, and another. You're like, okay, I don't see how you walk around, let alone run, with all that stuff on. 10 miles south. Okay, Margaret. My son's a cop in Vegas, and he gets so sweaty in the summer. Oh, I can imagine. Ugh. Good Lord. I cannot imagine that. No way. No way. Nope. Nope. Margaret says the humidity's slowly coming up, though, so we're almost out of that part. Okay, well, that's good. That's good. Hold on a second, you guys. Okay. All right. Well, we're going to get on out of here. We're going to get on out of here. And, what is Michelle baha-haing? What are you baha-ha-ha-haing? Oh, she probably got to the part about me smoking cigarettes. You're behind a couple minutes, Michelle. Yep, and then all those clips, right? Yep. Snap, snap, snap. Yep. All right, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to go see what we're having for dinner. So, yeah. That turkey sandwich I had earlier, turkey and cheese, was good. It was yummy. Very, very yummy. But now I'm going to see what we're going to have for dinner. We had chili. Dale made chili on Sunday night. Yeah, we had chili Sunday night and last night. So I don't know what we're going to have for dinner tonight. But either way, it'll be something yum. So we'll be back tomorrow for day number 5. Hopefully the prosecution has their ducks in a row. I would hope. I really was waiting on the judge to give them the what for, but he didn't. He's too nice. Anyway, you guys have a good night, and I will see you back tomorrow, probably about the same time. Trying to think, I don't know if we're going to be on a 2-hour delay tomorrow or not. We might be on regular time tomorrow. If so, then I might be a little bit earlier. We'll just see, but close to the same time, maybe an hour earlier than it was today. I don't know yet, but anyway, we'll take care of that then. And where's my mouse? There it is. Yeah, make sure to leave your DNA, Cherie. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I would appreciate it. I would appreciate it if you would all leave your DNA. Just make sure you put a pair of gloves on before you smack that button so that you don't catch any sort of bugs. You know? I love you guys. Make sure, if you're new, I would love for you to subscribe, click that notification bell, and put a hashtag replay in the comments down below if you watch this on the replay. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Love you. Mean it. Bye.